Hi, Miss Sincere in the chat. I will be calling you back. If there's a problem, I'll let you know if you can call me back. Okay. Man, I had 91 people in a few minutes, but I had to start over. And okay, this topic is about self-care, your beauty rituals. How do you maintain inner and outer beauty? Do you have therapy? What do you do for self-care? And as I said before, self-care, it can be at the house, it can be outside. Maybe you want to go to a restaurant. You can treat yourself. You don't have to be in a relationship, you know. You can go to a restaurant or you can cook your favorite meal at home, snuggle up with your favorite book and socks at a fireplace, reading a book, going to the movies or watching your favorite movie at the house. It could be a spa day, going to the spa, doing a girl day at your house, painting your nails at your house, doing your hair, heating up some oil or some lotion, rubbing yourself. Of course, again, if you have your partner, it's even greater for them to rub you. A nice bubble bath, eating some strawberries and grapes with a glass of wine. It can be going to a therapist or talking to someone you're close to. How do you overcome times of adversity again? What do you do to practice self care? How do you maintain your inner beauty? What do you do to lift yourself up? Like I said, catch this live, everyone, because I am taking about a 2 to 2.5 week break after this live to practice my self care and also to catch up on some things. But I said before, I have days, even now, where I swear to God, I have to lift myself up from going into a depression, about certain things that I feel sad about. And I have to practice my self care so that I can, and there would be people who wouldn't think this. I have my up and down days. Some days I feel perfectly fine, and then some days when it comes to certain things, I feel really, really, really bad. And, I have to practice self-care to keep my mood lifted, and I know many of you wouldn't know that, but, I'm a human being just like, everyone else. And self-care is so important for your mental health and, practicing self-care, inner and outer beauty. And I can't wait to continue the discussion with Miss Sincere talking about that. And, you know, like I said before, when you look good, you feel good. At least that works for me. And not just that, but working on your inner self. So we're going to talk about it all. Okay. Again, how do you pamper yourself? That's what I want to know. How do you pamper yourself? How do you take care of yourself? Your whole well-being. What are things that you do? I mentioned just a few small things that I know we as women like to do to pamper ourselves. And I'm pretty sure there's a lot I'm missing. Like I said, what's your rituals? It doesn't matter if it's something weird or anything. It's about what makes you happy. What do you like to do? Okay, some of you in the comments section are saying that you like to have some cheesecake. Mind over matter, that's your guilty pleasure, some cheesecake. I love cake too. I love some vanilla frosting. And yes, indulge yourself. Bubble bath, says Mocha Mommy, with Epsom salt. Yes, okay. Okay, class assignment. I'd never seen you in here before. You said that you like to dress well with care and attention. It's one small thing that makes me feel great. Oh, thank you, Mocha Mommy. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now, I am going to continue the discussion, if you missed it, with Miss Sincere. So give me one quick little second. I'm going to call her back. The phone line is open when we're finished with our discussion. The next person can call in. Okay, I have a few people I will be calling today because I want to know. I mean, look at this lady. I'm going to be showing pictures throughout this live of Black women because I find sometimes we don't know about them. These are Black women who I feel practice self care. This lady is an incredible artist. You should see her paintings. Not only is she gorgeous, but she also has gorgeous paintings. She's very talented. And painting is also something that can be self-care. And treating yourself out to lunch, putting on your cutest, again, ladies, the way I was raised by my mother, I couldn't even go to the supermarket without being fixed up. That's because she always told me you never know who you're going to run into when you're outside. You might meet your future husband when you go out, so look your best. And, sometimes you just, even if you have a man or not, treat yourself out. Go get a drink. Go to a restaurant you've always wanted to try. And if you feel like, oh, I can't go on date night, then go on a Tuesday or a Wednesday in the afternoon or something, if that matters to you. But go out, fix yourself up, have a nice meal. So I'm showing various Black women because I want you to see these ladies' Instagram pages. Now, of course, we don't all have perfect lives, but it can be refreshing to see, other women who seem to be living a fabulous life or treating themselves, who dress really nice. Maybe you want some help in the fashion department. We're not all perfect ladies, but we try, some of us, and I want to share these women with you. Okay, and of course, some of these women are swirlers and some of them are not, but this is about us taking care of ourselves. And anybody who isn't Black, you are welcome to call in if you're a woman, especially. I don't discriminate over here, but I know who a lot follow me are Black women. And self care is something that I feel many Black women neglect in their personal lives. I really do. So let me continue this and call Miss Sincere back right now. Let's see if I can get a hold of her. Okay. She was saying something y'all have to hear. You have to hear this. So we're gonna okay. This is Miss Sincere. Okay. Miss Sincere?
Yep, it's me.
Okay. I have her back, thank God. Okay. Now, for everyone who missed what she said, she shared with me that she was kind of on that with the Hebrew Israelites, and these men didn't want you to fix yourself up. And you said that you started fixing yourself up, and we were saying how you get attention from all races of men. A lot of men like to see women
Yeah.
who put care into how they look. And again, you don't have to wear extreme makeup. A lot of men can't even tell if the eyelashes are on unless they're the spider types, but you can do your eyebrows, put on some lipstick, wear a dress or whatever. And that you have some men who want to suppress your femininity because they don't want you to get attention. And like I said, it never hurt me fixing myself up. In fact, it made it better. And I find it weird men like this. Of course, I want my man to think I'm beautiful without it, but it's an enhancer. If you're already attractive, it's already just going to enhance it even more. And yeah, so tell us more about that, Miss Sincere.
Well, it all started pretty much with my father, because my father is Muslim, and even though Islam does not, there's nothing against Islam that says you can't wear makeup. His mentality, I guess, because he's a Black American male, is that he didn't like a lot of fake stuff on women. So my mom didn't wear it, although their relationship didn't last. And in my mind, with all the programming about all the jokes about Black women wearing fake hair and this, that, and third, my brain was like, hey, I am a Black woman. I have real hair, and look at my hair, and blah, blah, blah. But then I realized that, like we were saying, men don't care about if you got something fake on. They just care about if you look good. And the other thing I realized is, why am I listening to these idiots? Because the bottom line is, the more attractive and the more desirable you look, the more likely you are going to get a better quality. And I'm not saying this is always the case, like as far as like integrity, but you increase your chances of getting a better quality man the more you take care of yourself. And I'm learning that the better how you take care of yourself is how a man is going to treat you. And the other thing I realized is that you shouldn't be, this is just my opinion, you shouldn't be taking care of yourself just because you know, for a man. You should be taking care of yourself for you to help with your self-esteem, because for me, it does help my self-esteem a lot. It does make me feel good. And the biggest thing for me was wearing the lace front wig. I would not wear wigs because of the programming that I had. But now I'm at the point where, you know, I have people, you know, men say to me, hey, you're wearing a wig. I'm like, okay, so what? It's my wig. I paid for it, and I look good in it. So, you know, and chances are, 9 times out of 10, those men that are saying about our hair and wearing fake hair, they probably try to holler at a girl like that, and they've been rejected hard, and now they're mad, so they want to try to tear down your self-esteem for wearing fake hair in your head. And the biggest thing that I've noticed is that some men are so bitter. They're so bitter that they've been rejected. If they see a pretty attractive woman, they will do anything they can to tear down your self-esteem, and women too. They'll do anything to try to tear down your self-esteem, or if they see you like trying to have a glow up or dress yourself up nice, they will try to tear you down so that you don't dress up nice. Because and that goes into one of the self-care things that I do. One of the self-care things that I do is now I put on lace front wigs. I still take care of my natural hair underneath because my hair is natural, but I will put on the longest lace front wig I can possibly find. And when I go out in public, you know, I get positive attention from both men and women, and I'm treated differently, especially when I wear the long hair, put on makeup, and I look more feminine and I wear a dress. My responses from people have greatly changed. The other thing that I do that I never did before was wear makeup. I mean, I did it before, but now I'm doing it to the point where I'm putting on foundation. I'm using a little bit of contour, eyeshadow, lipstick, trying to make myself look as feminine as possible. And with the wigs and the hair, and then on top of wearing dresses, I'm like, I feel really good about myself coming outside dressing feminine. And men, and that's the other thing that I want to tell you, is that when you dress and look a certain way, like especially if you're wearing like a dress and you got your hair done real nice, the nicer you look, certain dusties, I guess we'll just call it that for today, dusties will not even try to approach you. They won't dare to even approach you because they're going to be too intimidated. Opposed to when you wear like, you know, tight pants or pants and a regular t-shirt, and, you know, I used to wear, you know, I still wear pants and a t-shirt, and hoop earrings, like definitely feel more empowered to approach you, opposed to when like I'm wearing like a nice long dress and looking real feminine and real girly, and it's intimidating to them, and they feel like they probably can't afford the upkeep or wouldn't even have a chance with you because you have a good self-esteem. And going back to the Hebrew Israelite thing, with some of the Hebrew Israelite women that I've known, it's like they cover up their hair, they wear these long dresses, these long shirts, and I volunteer with a pro-life organization. I'm a sidewalk counselor, and there's one girl I stand out there with. She's a Hebrew Israelite. And one day I came out there with just some lipstick and some foundation, and she said she was calling all the women out there, and she was calling us prostitutes, and, you know, just saying that we're there, just telling us all sorts of horrible things for just dressing ourselves up nice and wearing makeup. And I just told her basically to kick rocks. I'm going to keep looking nice. You're not going to try and beat down my self-esteem. And that's just bottom line. You can come outside, continue to come outside looking crazy with your long socks.
She was probably scared you were going to take her man. Well, not take her man. Probably scared her man was going to start looking at you.
You want to know something about some of those Hebrew Israelite men? They bash women for wearing all that stuff, but they surely will look. They won't turn their heads away. They surely will look at you when you look nice. They will, and they won't even think twice. And that comes to the other thing. A lot of the Hebrew Israelite women that I've seen, and Muslim women that I've seen, they do not, what's the best way I could put this? They don't work out. And I'm not saying, and my mom, she's overweight, well, really obese. But the thing about it is, the biggest thing, another big thing for me for self-care is taking care of your health and taking care of your body. And a lot of them just, I guess because they're covered up so much, I don't see them like working out and exercising, not realizing that your quality of life as you get older, when you don't work out, you don't exercise, especially if you're obese, you're more likely to end up in the hospital and getting sick. So even if you're not working out for a man, you need to work out for yourself to keep your health good and eat healthy. But most men don't have most men that I've run across, they didn't have a problem with working out. Their biggest problem was using the Bible and to tell me not to wear lipstick. And I call those religious or hotep dusties. And I've literally seen what frustrates me, because I am a Christian. I am a born-again believer in Jesus Christ. What frustrates me is that, my kids went to a Christian school once, and I walked into the office of the principal wearing jeans, and he tried to shade me low-key. He tried to low-key shade me and say, basically say we women shouldn't be wearing jeans. And then I confronted him, and I'm like, well, scripturally speaking, it says we're supposed to dress modest. It doesn't say that we can't wear jeans. And jeans weren't even around in Jesus' time for them to make rules against it. And he just cut me off and said we got to figure out God's standards. So a lot of these men who are using religion to beat down women, when I actually did my research on like makeup and clothing, there's no sound biblical doctrine in any sort of religion that says you can't wear makeup or dress yourself up nice. And that goes back to, there's this one guy's channel. His name is, I can't pronounce his name, but I like to call him Penny, but it's like Pinio Nego. All his channel, what frustrates me is, all his channel is hell testimony, like scaring people about hell, and on top of scaring people about hell, every other video is about, women's makeup and women's clothes and hair. And yeah, he has some other videos on some other stuff. But I was like, I said to him, I'm just like, the number one type of men that I've seen that talk about women and try to bash women about their makeup and their hair and try to control them are the type of, I guess, like the LGBTQ type men. Those are the ones, and I wasn't accusing him of being gay, but I just told him I was a little bit concerned that his whole ministry is about women and how we look. And I told him I wouldn't be surprised if you were rejected at one point in your time by a woman in your life that looked like that, and now you're just using religion to try to scare and beat down women who dress nice or make us lower our standards because when we have high standards or when we have low standards, we accept less. And I see these women who are not fixing themselves up, not focusing on self-care. And again, you can have self-care and still have a low self-esteem, but I see these women not focusing on self-care and they're just accepting less. Like, especially when I see like 4 Hebrew Israelite men or women with one husband and all those women have to work and they're like sharing one guy. And I'm just like, well, first of all, the men in the Bible were men of means, not some broke ninja. Not some broke ninja that has you in one house with all these different women. If I was going to be polygamous, then he needs to provide me my own house, a couple cars, make sure my kids are set for like the next 20 years after they get out the house. Like, he's going to have to be a man of means that can provide. And that's the biggest thing that I feel like what's behind this is that a lot of why women don't fix themselves up nice is because they've been beaten down, especially by these fake hoteps and these fake religious men, so that these men can have a constant supply of women, and they don't have to improve their standards as men and be providers. I kind of went off on a tangent there.
Well, I have a few things to add to what you just said. I have some notes. There are some men, the reason why they want to suppress women fixing themselves up is because they know men's nature. So they believe if they look at you, they'll rape you. They won't address the disgusting nature of men who rape. And the truth is that whether you're fixed up or not, a man, he knows what you have and he'll rape you regardless. Also, I was on a group social thing, and there was a woman from Africa who was very upset because she said black women in Africa were wearing eyeliner even we know about in Egypt the eyeliner and stuff, but she said throughout Africa they had rituals where they would practice self-care and adorn themselves, and that this isn't, something foreign to black women. Also,
No.
there was a time where, believe it or not, a few years ago, I had a major depression, and I swear to God, I wasn't combing my hair. I wasn't fixing myself up. You wouldn't even recognize me. And I wasn't like that before that. And I had to practice self care. And I said, I'm going to level up. I'm going to get myself together again. And which I've done. And also, when you spoke about the Muslim men, I know the Nation of Islam and the Islamic men in the Arabic world are not completely the same, but look at in Islam, in the Arabic Middle Eastern nations, those women cover up, but in a number of those countries, yeah, you see the eye makeup. They do those eyes up beautifully because that's the one thing they have of their femininity to hold on to. Like, I'm completely covered, but let me fix my eyes up. They'll put on colorful makeup around the eyes sometimes, but they make it look really, really pretty. And, that's one way that they still hold on to their femininity. Also, hold on, give me a second. When you said the treatment can be different, I agree because I tell this story. I was looking sort of like a little hood rat one time, and the men wouldn't hold the door for me. The treatment was completely opposite. And I knew it because I normally didn't dress that way. And I said, I will never dress this way again. And I didn't like how I was treated. And then when I fix myself up, like in this picture I have up here, the men open the door, they compliment you. Women are kinder. It's the truth. They look at you differently, especially as a black woman. When you don't dress like what they assume you would look like, they kind of treat you different. Like, oh, she's classy. Oh, she's pretty. Oh, she's not one of them hood rats. Oh, look at her. Oh, she can afford this. Oh, look at this.
And the Dusties think twice
Oh,
about approaching him.
and yes, and let me tell you something. One reason, this is a true story. I know a woman who there was a man who was interested in her, and he got her number, but he told her his friend said to him, "Oh, you can't go out with her. She looks too expensive. You can't afford her." And, that is something with some men. There's a guy who really disappointed me on YouTube recently where he seemed to be one of the good ones. And then he said, "Oh, well, when I meet the woman, don't compliment her because I look at her outfit. It looks like she spent a lot of money. I'm concerned with that." Which is what kind of straight man is examining my outfit? But that's the thing. You have some men. Nice. Some men will see you put together and they will think, I have to invest in her. Look at how she looks. This isn't some around the way shopping at, and I don't have a problem with thrift stores or anything, but when you look like money or you look expensive and classy, some men think, oh, she's the type that needs to get her hair done. Look at her nails. Oh, she expects to. She expects to, I have to upkeep her. And for some men, they might think, well, I can't. For some men think, well, I can't afford it, so they might not approach you, or they might try to convince you to, oh, you don't got to do that. No, but when you saw me, you saw how I look and you liked it. But if he's broke, he might have a problem because he knows he can't upkeep you getting your nails done.
That's why they try to beat down your self-esteem. They try to beat down women's self-esteem because subconsciously they know there are a lot of, and I'm not just saying black men, but they know subconsciously that they can't afford it or financially they're not there, and a lot of them financially aren't there. So that's why they beat down your self-esteem so that you don't dress yourself up nice. And you should already know, like, it is not that expensive to look like.
Nope, it's not.
It is not expensive at all. Like, you could go on a website like Shine or Charlotte Russe or Ramol and get cute dresses that are classy and cute heels that are classy. And then you could literally walk into your Asian hair store and get All you need is some foundation, some concealer, grab some lipstick, the eyelashes and eyelash glue, and some of the earrings out there. The earrings, like studded earrings, the necklaces from there, whatever jewelry they have in there, and get those cheap dresses, and that's all you need. And it's you could get a wig, do a lace front wig. Cause I got some lace front wigs, long ones, for $30, $40, $50, and if you know how to take care of it, which is not hard, you can reuse it many, many times. It can last you for years. And you can literally go on Amazon and get some synthetic wigs. You don't need to spend a whole bunch of money on a human hair wig. Literally go on Amazon right now, type in synthetic wigs, and a lot of their wigs are like $40, $30, $29. And when you touch those wigs, it feels exactly like human hair. Like it's good quality synthetic wig. So it's not hard to look nice. It's just frustrating that a lot of us Black women and women in general. It's not just us. I've been seeing stories that it's happening with other women, but a lot of us women, it's like we're being beaten down by these men who they've been rejected so many times, and they're bitter, especially like they have a hatred towards women that look nice.
Yeah, but some of that is
it.
a jealousy. Some of them deep down want to be women, if you know what I mean. Also, I don't get when men trip about getting your nails done. I don't even think they know how much it costs. It's like $25 just to get your a petty.
Press on nails.
Yes.
I do press on nails.
By Kiss.
And those are cheap. Like you literally just go to the Asian beauty. Like everything you need is at the thrift store, the Asian beauty store, one of these really cheap websites, and it's not that expensive. And I do press on nails, and if you do your press on nails right, like the Kiss press on nails, like they'll last you for like a good week. And the press on nails are like $5 to $7. And especially at the dollar store, you get eyelashes from the dollar store and makeup from the dollar store for cheap.
Yes.
And make yourself look like one of those gorgeous models,
Yes. Also,
sorry,
men, it's okay. Men like it when a woman looks good. I remember when I was working in retail, this woman came in. She had her hair braided, but she put it into a bun up top. She had on a pretty dress. Everyone was complimenting her, and he looked so proud. Like, wow, this is my woman. I'm out with her. Look at how many people keep complimenting her. So they can't tell me that they don't. You have some men, they're scared that you'll get too much attention from other men, so they don't want you to look pretty. But
they are afraid of that.
I did notice that. I did notice the look of pride in his face because he felt proud like he was on a date with her because she looked so pretty. And she didn't even have on a lot of makeup, but her dress was nice. Her hair was nicely in a braided bun. Also, again, you look good when women compliment you because it can be hard for women to have the strength to compliment another woman. And I remember when I was working somewhere, this lady, I was heavier, and she came up to me and said, "Look, I have to tell you, you can dress. You are representing for us plus size women." That made my day. I felt so happy because I had to represent. I had to, Also,
and that's the other thing. It's like, when you dress nice like that and you get those compliments, it's helping you on the inside as well. I don't even know how to describe it, but getting compliments from people and going out and knowing that you look good, and not just looking trashy, but knowing that you look feminine and classy, and getting those compliments and getting that treatment of having doors open, or if you go into a higher end store, like then people treat you different. Like if you go into a higher end store, or if you go into Victoria's Secret, like they're less suspicious of you, and it does something to your inner confidence because self care for me, like I do a lot of prayer. I pray a lot, and then I do African oils, like to smell nice. Like you don't even have to get those expensive what is it called? The department store with this expensive designer perfumes that are like $80 and $100. You can literally go online. I go to African Imports online, and African imports, they have like all the like it's African oils, but it's like Chanel type perfume or Marc Jacobs Daisy type perfume, and you could literally get your perfumes from up there, the little small ones, for fairly cheap, so you don't have to spend $100 or $80 and still get that same smell, still get that same designer smell. And people don't understand is that they put alcohol in a lot of those designer perfumes, so the smell doesn't last as long. But with an African oil, the smell lasts me for like an entire day when I use African oil. And the other thing is, I use also shea butter. I make my own concoction for my skin. I get it. You can, even if you have food stamps, you can do this. Well, maybe not with the shea butter. You got to go to the hair store or African store. But if you go to the grocery store, take your food stamps, get coconut oil or coconut oil and olive oil, and mix that together. And I mix it in with my shea butter. I rub it all over my body after a shower, and my face too. And I also use black soap because to me, black soap works the best on getting the oil off of my skin, like when I take a shower. And another thing that I do is on top of working out to get all the toxins out of my body through sweating, I drink at least 2 liters of water a day because your body is like, your body, when a plant doesn't get water, it starts to shrivel up and dry out. It's the same thing with your skin. If you don't give your body enough fluid, you're going to get wrinkles, and that your wrinkles are kind of like you shriveling up and drying out. And the other thing is that, what I've learned, especially when it comes to weight loss and getting healthy, is that eating a lot of processed food, the more processed the food is, the harder it is for your body to break it down, because it takes it longer because it's in a chemical compound. And another tidbit I want to let everyone know is that in your gut, depending on what you consume, like let's say you consume ice cream cake, it's feeding all those bad bacteria in your gut. It's called the gut biome. You can look that up on YouTube. And your gut biome can send signals to your brain to crave certain foods or make you eat when you're not hungry. So
yes,
what I learned is I'll get apple cider vinegar, because apple cider vinegar, you can use that as a disinfectant cleaner, but it's like a disinfectant you can drink. So put a tablespoon of apple cider vinegar in some water and drink that, and it will kill that bacteria.
Yeah, and it helps you lose weight.
That's getting you to crave stuff you don't need. And it helps you lose weight. Yeah, like green vegetable juice. That bad bacteria in your gut hates green vegetable juice, and it also hates apple cider vinegar. And drink lots and lots of water and tea, like plain tea with no sugar. That helps kill those bacteria that's hijacking your brain, that's making you crave food and crave things that you don't want. Because for me, I was having a hard time getting my eating under control, even though I've never been like overweight or obese. But I realized that what was going on is that my brain was craving things because of the bacteria in my gut. And it's literally on, like, this information is openly available on YouTube if you're trying to, like, lose weight and get in shape. And you don't have to do a lot of exercising. You just got to do at least 30 minutes of, like, maybe some Tabata or Zumba. And there's videos on YouTube. The YouTube videos for, like, Pop Sugar helped me a lot for getting in shape and just, like, random at-home workouts, because sometimes I would just be too lazy to go to
Miss
the gym.
Sincere,
Like,
we
me,
have about 8 more minutes.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. No, it's okay. I want to address.
But yeah, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to address something in the chat. I like Dove soap. That's my favorite type of soap. Also, turmeric does work. That's an ancient thing in India. A lot of Indian women use to even out their skin. But yes, turmeric. A lot of companies now they use turmeric in their products. Yep. Also, Zara, you said you want to enhance your features. That's one thing my mother always told me. Work with what you have. If you have beautiful eyes, put on some eyeliner to enhance your eyes. You have beautiful lips, maybe some really large, full lips. Put on a beautiful color. Put on a little bit of gloss. If you have nice legs, show off your legs. Show off your feet.
Yeah.
Work with what you got. Also, where dress too, not just for yourself, but if you listen, there's no shame in wanting to get a man. Okay, you are a human woman. God made you this way and the man. So dress, when I hear, I'm going to be honest, when I hear a lot of black men talking about makeup and fixing yourself up, well, this might sound cruel, but I'm not dressing to just impress you. Excuse me, but I swirl, so I dress for the men I like to get. And dressing classy and being put together and being feminine and girly, I've never got any complaints from men not black. In fact, they prefer to see you fix yourself up because, they're dating a black woman. They want to show you off and everything like that. And I highly suggest do the classy look. It works. I do not recommend the hood rat look, especially if you're trying to date high caliber men. Those 5 foot nails, neon color hair, neon nails, that's not gonna work. Okay, thank you for the donation, BC. You said do a raw vegan diet, alkaline water, and black seed oil will work miracles. It literally reverses the aging process. Also, something that I've been doing that has my skin looks amazing when the makeup is off is, I hope I say this right, hyaluronic acid. Hyaluronic acid. Okay, you can purchase this at any store on eBay. Even the Dollar Tree had hyaluronic acid. Our body, our naturally produces that, but the older you get, the more you stop producing it. I swear to God, within 1 week, I saw changes in my skin. Hyaluronic acid, it is amazing. Also, again, ladies, you do the experiment. If you barely get any attention, these pictures of these women I'm showing you, go on their Instagram for inspiration, but fix yourself up and pay attention and come back and tell us the changes you've seen within 1 week. How many men approach you, how many compliments you got, the treatment. Do the experiment, okay? And you will see. Also, when you mention something, how women like to stop you. Ladies, you have a hater. When you are around masculine women, I swear to God, just dressing casual, if you dress good, you'll have women say, "Why are you fixed up? Where are you going? Why did you come to work like this? Oh, who you trying to get?" Honey, sit your hating butt down. And my answer is you can do it too. Stop hating and go fix yourself up because you could do it too. Ain't nothing stopping you. Okay? But that's when you have women around you who are intimidated by your beauty or the effort, especially if you used to look unkept and then you go do a makeover yourself. Okay, you'll have women that will the common thing is, well, why are you so fixed up? Where you just going to the store or what you trying to do? Like, honey, stop hating on me. Okay, and sometimes when you dress casual, you'll have women say this, and I'm like, I'm not even fixed up. This ain't nothing for me. I'm like, dang, I'm. And why are you trying to make me? Why are you trying to make me feel bad because I look good? If you are hating and you need to go fix yourself up. I knew a woman where she was working on a patient. She didn't have to wear her scrubs and she was dressed casual, but she dressed good. And the wife went and got the next door neighbor and she came in saying, why are you dressed like this? As if she wants your disabled man. No offense to disabled people, but stop it. You know? She shouldn't have to apologize for looking good and being feminine. So that is a sign that you have haters when they start questioning, why are you fixed up? Honey, I'm a woman on the earth. I was made to be girly. Stop it. And nobody else says this, I'm sure, to women not black. I'm sure. I mean, well, I won't say that. I won't say that. Maybe some of them do, but this has just been my experience where you do have women, especially a lot of masculine women in our community, you know what it is, who are not used to seeing a woman fixed up, and then they have a problem. They think their man gonna start looking, or they.
And some of them it inspires them. It's not all of them hate. Some of them it inspires them, And I'm about to hop off because I know you got other people.
No.
But the last thing that I just
Go ahead. Go ahead.
But the last thing that I wanted to say was, some don't hate, some of them take it as inspiration. And I do remember some times where, I go out and I dress nice and I wear my dress and stuff, and I'm dressed very feminine. And I hate to say this, but there's been times where I was out and there was a boyfriend and girlfriend together, and I'm not even looking at the guy or the girl, but he'll look at me, and I heard the girl like just yelling at him for even looking at me and one of my friends that I was with, and we were dressed real nice and real feminine. And I also have instances where there were black men with non-black women, and the non-black women, saw them looking at me when I was dressed feminine, and they were just like not too happy about that from what I had overheard.
Oh, yes.
And they really. I'm trying to put this in the nicest way, but when there are some levels of insecurities when it comes to non-black women, and especially if they're a black man, especially if her man like eyes or looks at a black woman. And another thing is sometimes when I had issues like trying to be confident, dressing feminine, because I would look so out of place, especially if you like live in the hood or you live in a predominantly black area where nobody dresses like that. You're the only person that's dressed nice and walking outside looking like that. And that's pretty much it. I just noticed that you're going to carry pepper spray, a taser, and if you can get a concealed carry, because when you look a certain type of way, people may assume that you're weak, and or that you're a target, or that you're vulnerable because you're feminine.
Or they assume. I remember my mother used to get upset with me when I would wear, it wasn't even real, but it was a diamond ring that looked real, and she said, listen, people will think you have money in certain areas because of your jewelry, and they might try to rob you. So be careful. You have to be conscious of where you're at. And that's true. Like, I wouldn't go to an extremely impoverished country dressed to the nines. I mean, I would dress cute, but not too overly expensive looking as to where I could be a target. So,
Yeah. And anytime now, like even on my channel, because I do emergency preparedness, I started wearing makeup, and then it's like the Hebrew Israelites coming out rows posting stuff about my makeup, calling me a Jezebel. And I just basically tell them, go kick rocks. And I give them the speech about I'm not going to have a low standard just because you want to beat down my self-esteem. So you can have more women accessible to you. Because I just tell them you're not biblically right or sound, and you guys are just full of sugar, honey, iced tea. And and I'm also working on not just looking feminine, but I want to take like some classes and change up, like, try not to cuss as much, and how to conduct myself a little bit better, and like a lady, and that's it.
And for those Hebrew men who bother you on an emergency preparedness video, I would say, look, stop getting mad at me because you're looking at me. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Like, don't get mad at me because you're looking.
The only ones that send me death threats are the Hebrew Israelites. Like, the times that I have gotten death threats is from Hebrew Israelite men. So it's I don't pay no mind because I'm strapped, but it's like, really?
Yeah, it's like stop trying to take your anger out on me because you got turned on by how I look. Okay, you need to go fix that within yourself.
Get a woman that looks like me.
So, thank you so much, Miss Sincere. All right.
But I'll see you. Bye-bye.
All right, bye. Okay, so I'm going to call back this person in Michigan, but what I want to say, look at these women. I had to show this woman on the screen. This woman dedicated her whole Instagram to showing how soft and feminine Black women are. In fact, one of her pictures says, Black women are soft too. And when I saw that, I mean, I was already blown away with her page. But I said, see, this is a woman. She's an influencer. She's a style, beauty, feminine black woman influencer, and I said, sometimes we're overlooked in those spaces. And I said, I'm going to give her props. I'm going to give her shine, her just due, and put her up here because she really puts effort into her photos. These are professional photos. This woman, yes, she's a swirler. And that's not why I'm showing her, but she is well watered. She is gorgeous. She's feminine. She takes care of herself. She's showing us. And I said, damn it, I'm going to show her to the world today. So if you have Instagram, I want you to go to this woman, all of them, but especially her page. You have to go. I mean, oh, she's amazing. I have so many. I'm hoping to get a lot of calls because I want to show all of these women in this one video. Because like I said, after today, I am taking about a 2.5 week break off of here. So, yes, I'm going to show all of them. I don't care, period, because they deserve it. And the femininity movement has really taken off since last year, but we were always out here. Don't get it twisted. Believe me. Okay, even if we were considered a minority. But I'm so happy to see these women representing, and it's about time you know who they are. Okay, even some who are just trying different age ranges. Some of these women jet set around the world. Some of them live in the South. They're just girly girls. And it's so time that people see this of black women, these girly girl black women like ourselves. It's so important. And it really lifts your spirit. And I'm just so happy to show these women. So I really hope you check them out and the lurkers, I'm sure, who are watching this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to call back someone, okay? And yes, I have African women on here. African women are representing something serious from what I've seen all over Instagram. Hello? Hi, this is Cerebral.
Hi, Cerebral. How are you? This is Coffee Goddess.
Hi,
How are you?
hi, Coffee Goddess. I'm fine.
It's nice to hear from you and see you again before you take your sabbatical.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited. Today's topic is about self-care, from inner and outer beauty. How do you pamper yourself? Do you get therapy? What do you do? And I have some questions.
Okay. Well, I actually have a yearly routine. I do things yearly, biannual, monthly, weekly, and then bi-weekly. And it's on the schedule. I put it on it's on my vision board, and it's a total schedule.
Okay.
So,
So you have a little
like,
ritual.
absolutely, absolutely. I did start participating in therapy maybe about 15 years ago. I do a therapy. I went into intense therapy before, and now it's just a wellness checkup every now and then. You know, just a checkup to see, making sure that I stay in tune with who I
So
am.
were you taught this by your mother, or, when did you become more into self-care? Around what age?
Um, I did it. I started roughly about, I want to say, because I always got my hair and stuff done, but no one really, really got into the massages and therapy and things of that nature because where I'm from, the things that was like white people stuff, or, or your boots. So I want to say my mid 30s, early 30s, mid 30s.
Okay.
Is when I started. Mm-hmm. It wasn't taught in the home. It was definitely not taught in the home. However, what was taught, we had snippets of exercise snippets. I used to see my mom she used to wear the waist trainers back in the day.
Oh,
So
okay.
and do sit ups and things of that nature. I watched my grandmother put milk and magnesia on her face on Sunday.
Okay, that's old school right there.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. She used to put the milk and magnesia on Sundays, and it started there, but it wasn't really taught. Like, hey, you got to do
I have a cousin. She used to wear corsets to bed every night.
Yeah, I literally wear I'm an advocate for a girdle, some undergarment. Because it keeps, especially if you have children, if you had children or if you're about to have kids. After I had both of my children, I had on undergarments instantly and kept them on daily.
I sleep with a bra
Mhm.
on every night to try to keep my my titties up.
You know, I do the same because I'm so afraid of them falling under my arm.
So
I literally sleep, and it honestly, when I take it off, and they still stay in place.
I mean, when you have larger breasts, they're not like the fake ones, but I mean, sometimes I don't, but a lot of times I try to wear a bra to keep, when I go to sleep because I think it does help. I believe it. And one thing that a lady said on one of those Housewives series that I never forgot, she said, "Don't always smile too hard a lot because it creates smile lines."
Mhm. Mhm.
So,
I'm very in tune. Try to keep some things in place, like my nightly routine. Of course, I still deal with acne and some hyperpigmentation, so I kind of sleep on like silk and satin sheets only because I didn't want to have the creases in my face.
okay.
It's tough for me to tell people that my daughter is mid 20s and that puts me mid 40s, like late 40s, and and I still kind of look like I'm in my 30s. So I've kind of been taking very good care of it. Um, like we do a yearly checkup with my girlfriends. Uh, we check into a resort, but it's quiet. We do a quiet weekend. We talk, but then we just go and just lay in the bed. We really do. We just lay in the bed and just lay there, silent. We eat. We'll go and get massages and things, but when we get back to the room, it's silent.
Okay.
Just, just to lay there.
So what is a beauty secret, a beauty tip that you do, to maintain yourself that you can tell us?
I am an advocate for a face steamer.
A
A big
face?
advocate for a face steamer.
You said a face singer?
Steamer,
Oh, a
steamer.
face steamer.
Hmm.
Okay.
I have a face steamer that I use every Sunday. Sundays is my facial, my do-it-yourself facial, and then once a month I have a professional do it. So
Okay.
I love the face steamer, and especially when you're like at the if your gym has like the sauna or like the steam room, I live in there. And when I say it gives me an awesome glow, it gives me an awesome glow, and it pulls out that toxin and the impurities that you have.
So do you ever go to the
Um,
spa?
oh, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. I get a facial once a month and um, I do a facial once a month, and then every other month I do a massage with the facial every other month. But about every quarter, I do go through the whole spa thing all day.
Do you get your nails done?
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Now in the wintertime, I don't do my feet as much because they're in boots. They're usually in some boots and some shoes. But in summertime, I do get my toes done every 2 weeks, and my nails done every 2 weeks as well.
You know,
I
I
do
just
sleep in the white gloves too.
Oh
The
my
white cotton gloves.
God. Oh my God, you do
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, I sleep in white cotton gloves, especially during the wintertime, because I'm north. So especially during the wintertime, I sleep in white cotton gloves because I can't have dry hands.
Okay. I want to get my feet done soon. I just love it when they're rubbing my feet. It feels so good. And then painting
Oh,
it.
absolutely.
I love
It
it.
does. It feels like heaven. It feels like heaven. I do that. I do work out about 5 days a week. I do yoga on Sunday at 7:45. Um, what else? I have meditation time at 5 in the morning. Before I pick up the phone, before I do anything else, I lay there at 5 in the morning and have meditation time, silent. Um, let's see. I have a lot of stuff that I actually do. Like, I know you guys are talking about, clothes and things of that nature. My husband knew. Like handbags, I don't, even though they may not be super expensive, they can be cheap, but they can be super expensive too. But I do color. Because black women in color, we are like these knees with color. I wear a lot of pink, yellow, some blues. Wintertime, it's
Yes.
going to be grass.
Yes.
I wear a lot of dresses during the summertime. Spring and summer, I wear dresses. Wintertime, maybe about the fall, I start moving over to sweater dresses, and then in the wintertime, I kind of shut everything down in the wintertime where we get really quiet. People may not hear from me. I take Facebook and Instagram sabbatical at the end of the year.
You know, during the summer, it's nothing like just throwing on a dress, do your makeup, and go on out the house. It's simple. It looks great. It's comfortable. Also, with handbags, I'm very picky about my handles. I like the thick handles. You know.
Yeah, I love color. I love it. I love color, and I love Kate Spade because the quirkiness of them, and then the color. It's just
Okay.
color.
Oh,
Um,
Shayla in the chat wants to know, how often do you exfoliate?
which one, my body, or do you talking about my face? If you're talking about my body, I do it twice a week. I do it with a glycolic scrub. And if I'm in the mood and I know my man, aka my husband, is gonna get it on, I do it in uh, a brown sugar scrub that I made at home.
Yeah, I use sugar scrub every week. If y'all don't have sugar scrub, go right to Walmart. They sell them. It will leave your skin feeling amazing.
As a matter of fact, here's the recipe. You go and get you some brown sugar, get you a little bit of honey, and a little bit of lemon juice, mix that together, boom, your scrub right then and there.
What about the oil? Don't they put coconut oil in it or
Coconut oil, yeah, but see, you might, yeah, unless you want to slide around in your bathtub or in your shower.
Yes, be careful.
You be careful. Now, like I said, if it's, the boom 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 time, then I'll coconut oil myself. But if I'm just going to bed, it's Vaseline on my feet, Vaseline on my hands, and it's baby oil. Then I put on lotion on top of the baby oil before I get out the shower. So I'm still wet.
Okay. All right.
Um, and it's the brown sugar syrup. I don't do it too much in my lady part because that can cause a little bit. Sometimes you can get a little yeasty or some things going on in that area. I don't have the time.
Okay. Now, we're talking about outer beauty, but tell us about inner beauty. How do you practice inner beauty? How do you remain calm in certain situations? How do you maintain a positive outlook and attitude?
Okay, so in my bathroom, me and my husband don't share. Um, Everybody has their own bathroom, you know. So mine is basically surrounded. I did like what's the girl Jay, the show with Gabrielle Union. So I started putting inspirational quotes around my window and not my window, my mirror. Um, so I look at those every morning. But like I said, in the mornings at 5 in the morning, my alarm goes off. It's meditation time before I move around. It's about I give gratitude first thing in the morning, first thing, and then certain times I will set my alarm to pray again around 12 to 1 o'clock, just to keep you going. Um, as far as that, my positive notes, my meditation. If you're in a car, I do a lot of audible where I just listen to, soft music or things of that nature. My currently I have eucalyptus and spearmint in my car so that I can smell it for calmness. I just have eucalyptus hanging in my shower, so when the water runs, because I have a little rain shower, it hits that and just gives me that gives me that relief. Um, I do praise quite often, and I have taken on the mindset that people, everything is not geared towards me. So if someone is having a rough day, it's not me. Especially if I'm not having a rough day and if I haven't triggered you in any kind of way. So I make sure that I don't put things on my shoulders. I don't get involved in a lot of politicking, um, a lot of things that goes on in the world because it brings you down. Now, I am a Pisces, so my energy gets low really quickly, especially when I'm around people. I go back and renew, I'm not going to stay somewhere too long. My husband already knows 3 hours, 4 hours is max. I got to go because at some point my energy gets low.
Okay.
And I have a lot of me time.
Okay. As a Pisces, are y'all very romantic?
Very much so. I think we are very in tune. We are very sexual group. Um, so we kind of say, we kind of we take on a lot. I know Pisces. I know we can pick up on something really quickly. And honestly, if it's something that's off about your aura, I do not deal with it.
Okay.
I can't because I protect my peace and I protect my energy, and that's what keeps me happy.
Okay. What about music? Does listening to music soothe you? That definitely works for me.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, it does. I am a jazz person, so I can go to the soft smooth jazz a lot. You'll hear that a lot in our house. My husband loves it as well. We do listen to classical. And when I'm at the gym, that's when I get ratchet. However, when I'm in the quiet moment, it gets really soft. I may have the ocean waves or something. We do have a boat, so I have a lot of time with just water, so I can always go there if I need
Okay.
to, a moment to myself.
I like the Pisces and I'm into the zodiac stuff, but I don't know if my Libra, being the sign of justice and my opinions, maybe I don't know if it's too much for Pisces or not. I'm not sure. But I did hear that Pisces are romantic, and I'm very romantic too. So,
Oh yeah. I have flowers. I have to have flowers, fresh flowers, and plants. I got a lot of plants because I like living things in your home. Because I believe, like my bedroom, it's been an argument because I don't really do like TVs in my bedroom because my bedroom is a sanctuary. Um, to tell some things, I only sleep on white sheets, so it's so
okay.
weird. I can't sleep on colored sheets because I have to sleep, make sure that it's just a thing of cleanliness for me. But my husband has to have a TV in the room. And I was like, I can't because that's my sanctuary. That's my quiet, peaceful, elegant. That's my room. But we fought and he won. However, I am able to put fresh flowers on my nightstand. I have flowers on my vanity in my bathroom and on the dining room table. I do keep flowers all the way around because it does bring in a sense of romanticism. And it brings life into your home.
Yes. So I have one last
Just like
question for you.
go ahead.
What is self-love to you?
Self love to me means me being happy, healthy, and whole. And that's the only way I can be. I think even giving a piece of me to someone sometimes can be a little exhausting. But I have to make sure I get something back. I'm a bit selfish, get something back every time. But I have to maintain my wholeness at all times, and I have to do what's right for me. And then it's like my husband, he's a Scorpio, so I have to do what's right for me, where he'll do what's right for him. Then we also do what we think is the best for our life and our home. But we do what's the best for us, make sure we stay happy individually.
Okay.
So I think that's my group of self-love, to make sure that if my health is important, I don't eat pork, like I make sure we stay as healthy as we can. As you get older, some things fall apart, but it is what it is. I go to therapy. Even if not therapy, sometimes like I said, I'll just, get my me time together and then come back. I'm not arguing with anybody because that's too much energy. We don't argue. Okay. We'll have a small disagreement, but then we'll sleep on it and then we'll talk about it.
I've always felt like I can't go to bed angry. So, if I have a man, we have to get this disagreement over with, come to a conclusion, a solution. And I'm not going to bed angry at my man. Like, no. Because it's tension. It's tension in the bedroom. And I can't have that. No. So, all right.
Yeah, we do come back and we do have that conversation. And then we move on from them. We don't keep that. I don't harbor hate. And I don't hold grudges. That's a killer. That's a stressor. I don't do it. My thing is, if you want positive energy to come to you, you have to give positive energy yourself. You can't, given one, like I heard you guys talking earlier, doing this with sincere. If I see someone on the street and she's doing it, I tell her instantly, because why not? Women take more compliments from a woman than they will from a man first. And if you are out there doing it, whether you have on a cute handbag, your shoes are cute, that lipstick is doing it, girl, your eyelash, oh my gosh, it's something.
Yes, especially if you see an older woman too, because older women don't like to feel like they're forgotten. You might say, "Oh, you look so cute in that little dress. Look at you."
Exactly, and even they don't, and I'm middle aged, so it's just that element. And if you wanna receive flowers, give flowers, and that's how I truly live my life. If you want to give them, if you want to receive them, give them.
All right.
So I hope most ladies take note. If you don't have to, it's no sense of being a hater for someone else or just from a nice shape or whatever. Hey, we all gonna attract somebody. You're gonna, who God made you is who God made you.
Okay.
And you just enhance whatever the Lord gave you, and you move on from it.
All right. So thank you so much. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. It was a pleasure, and enjoy your sabbatical. I'll be looking forward to seeing you in about 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks, right?
Yes.
3 weeks.
Yes. So.
All right, my dear.
All right. Thank you.
Love you.
Thank you. Love you too. Thank you. Bye. Okay, ladies. You see these fabulous women up here? Also, I want to talk about in the comments section, yes, drink water. Water, listen, if I drink too much soda, I might start getting bumps. Water will always, first of all, you need water. Also, it will clear out your skin. Okay, having your beauty sleep is important, and I struggle with my sleep, but the other week I had some really good rest, and I noticed, my circles weren't as bad. Um, it's called beauty sleep for a reason. Also, one thing I used to do, I would cut up half a garlic, fresh garlic, and I would drink it down with water. And I literally saw my skin changing. It was detoxing because that's what it is. Some people like lemon water, it's good for you and also detoxes. Lemon, we know about lemon. But also, you can try a half a garlic. You can maybe do it once every 2 to 3 days. I was doing it every day. Don't, maybe that's too extreme, but I definitely saw some changes in my skin. I love garlic. I love onions. My dad, today is Father's Day. My dad had got me into onions and I love it. But I try not to overdo it. And yes, so water is important. So I'm going to call. Who was that? A California number. I'm going to call you back. Also, don't forget the phone line is open when I'm done with this call. You are welcome to call in. Okay. And I hope you're listening to these ladies who are giving us some really good advice. Okay. Their beauty secrets and so much more. Okay. Oh, cucumber water, says Jan's child.
Hello.
Hi, this is Cerebral.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Thank you, Shayla. Today's topic is about self care from therapy, spa days, pampering yourself, going to nice restaurants, anything. What do you do as self care?
Well, I'll make sure I take a shower daily. Right now I order food from Daily Harvest. It's mostly vegan food. I get shakes. I buy their soup, and it's really good. It it's not a great taste because it doesn't have any sugar or salt in it, but it is healthy because it's organic. It
I
really is. I'm not gonna lie, it's expensive, but you know, it it helps me stay on, stay healthy. And I'm not gonna lie, I lost a couple of pounds from going vegan in a week. So it really did help me. And plus, you guys were talking about vinegar water earlier, and I do drink vinegar water on a daily myself, and I did lose like a couple pounds, and it does kill the bacteria that was in my body because before I decided to go on my weight loss journey, uh, my body was starting to have some kind of symptoms, and plus I was overweight. I was almost 300 pounds before I started my weight loss. So I decided to do something about it because I want to live. I want to have a long, healthy life and live a long life. So I decided to change my eating habits, eat more baked chicken instead of fried chicken, eat more foods that are less calories, and cut down my portion size when I eat.
Okay, so how much rice do you eat? If you can give us an example and measurements, like
Now,
around how much you probably eat when you eat a meal.
I don't eat much of rice, to be honest with you. I try to not because rice has carbs in it, but I would say when I do eat it, I probably eat like a small amount of it. I don't eat in large portions.
Okay, so you said you eat with Daily Harvest. That's very similar
Hmm.
to the Hello Fresh type of thing. Um,
I heard Hello Fresh.
Now, how many when you order, how many meals do you get for? I mean, what is it for about a week worth of meal?
Yes.
How much does that cost?
Well, when I first got it, they gave me a discount. It was they were supposed to charge me like $103, but they gave me a 20% discount, and I only paid $76.
Hold on. $76. Okay, you know what? Actually, that ain't even a lot when I think about it. For a whole week, do
Hmm.
you only get one dinner? Like, is it for one meal a day? One dinner a day?
Yeah, one meal a day. You get to choose what you want out of that menu. So if you like, they have smoothies, they have ice cream, they have soup, and it's all vegan, all of it.
Okay.
And they have like the flatbread pizzas, and they have the acai bowls. You know,
My thing
stuff
is
like
this:
that.
when you turn vegan, I have heard of people losing weight, and I was interested in it, but I'm diabetic, and don't a lot of vegans, don't y'all eat a lot of pasta and bread to make and beans to make up for the lack of proteins and stuff?
I don't eat too much bread because I ordered from like an Italian restaurant. I ordered Alfredo spaghetti without meat, and it was pretty good. I kind of miss the meat, eating the meat inside the Alfredo because I love the Alfredo with meat, but it wasn't too bad without it either. And it came with bread, but I didn't eat the bread. I threw out the bread and just ate the noodles. That was it. But this lifestyle really helped me change a lot. I feel more energetic, than I was before. I didn't feel sluggish at all when I started to lose the weight because when you have all that weight gain, you tend to feel sluggish. You become lazy, and you tend to not take control of what you eat. So that really helped change a lot in my lifestyle.
Okay. So, how much weight did you lose? Around how many pounds?
I would say 10 pounds.
Okay. Have you ever thought about doing keto?
Keto, I did do keto. I did the Slim Fast keto. I tried that. That wasn't that bad, but I wanted to take it a little step further because, I was still having, some eating habits that I, tried to kick out, but I still had that, how can I say it? I still have that craving for that food. But I started to do more, drink more apple cider vinegar with water, and I started to order daily harvest. So it's not that bad.
All right. So, what do you do to pamper yourself?
What I do? I do a facial. I make sure that my face you know, is very clean and make sure that I take very good care of myself. I also go to the nail shop to get my nails done. I really enjoy getting my nails done. That's very important. And I go shopping too. I like to go shopping. I like to buy clothes because I am losing the weight and I need new clothes. So you know.
All right. And what do you do in times of stress? How do you overcome stressful times?
Okay, so I just graduated from college. That was
Okay,
stressful.
congratulations.
Thank you. What I do is when I get stressful, I usually do those SMRs on YouTube, and they kind of help me, with my stress level and to calm me down when I'm having like stressful moments. And those YouTube SMRs that I do listen to is like the head scratching, when people, talk over the mic, like they whisper over the mic. And I usually listen to like, rain, where they have that
Yes,
rain.
I do that too.
Yeah. That rain calms me down. It helps me because it doesn't rain too much in California. It kind of aggravating. But, I usually listen to rain sounds on YouTube to help calm my nerve and help me relax because the scenery, it's not just the rain, but the scenery itself. When people put the scenery in their SMR is also calming because it looks like that you're in a house and you have like furniture and stuff near a fireplace. It's really, relaxing and calming.
So, what did you take in school?
I'm a history major, so okay, I'm going to start from the beginning. So when I first went to school in 2006, I took African American studies. Then I went back after a couple 2 years later. I took math and another African American studies class. I also took history 11, 12, and 20. I took history 02, history 2. I also took what is it? Physics. I took physics. I took what else? Environmental 1, environmental 2. I also took finance. And what else? And another African American history course. And that was it.
So, what do you plan on doing with it? What kind of career do you want?
Well, I do want to become a professor. That is my goal. I just, received my AA, but for now, I'm probably going to start off teaching like high school or something like that until, I get comfortable in like teaching and know the basics of teaching. But the thing is, with the grading and all that stuff, there's going to be a lot of grading because you're going to have a lot of students. That's going to pack on a lot of stress because you don't have, any help. But, that's just a part of the job.
So, how do you feel about Juneteenth?
Juneteenth?
Now being a holiday, a national holiday.
It is?
Yes, it's a federal holiday, a national holiday now.
Well, I don't know. It's just any holiday to me. I didn't know it was like a holiday like that. I just, hear people say Happy Juneteenth or whatever. I didn't even know they put it in as a holiday.
Okay. So, also, Nearly Fierceton in the chat, how do you properly moisturize your skin? I have to really search around for a good lotion. Some people like to buy a derma roller, do that on the face or your skin, then put on the lotion. Yeah, just keep your everybody, whether you are black or not, I must say it, it doesn't matter. You have to moisturize your skin. It gets crackly, it dries out. Okay,
Yeah.
it doesn't just because I mean I've heard of people who assume people not black shouldn't use lotion. Oh, because you can't see the ashiness. It doesn't matter. It's still dry. You're dry. It's not good for your skin. It's a lot of problems that come with dry skin. Buy some lotion. You can go to Walmart. You can go to Family Dollar. You can go on eBay. You can go to Belt. You can go anywhere and find lotion. Okay, you can even heat up coconut raw, unrefined coconut oil, melted, and you can use that on your skin as well. There are some people who even put olive oil on their skin. I wouldn't. I would just go with coconut oil or something. Um. Okay, so how do you? Okay, so you said you do facials. What? How do you do your facials? What do you use?
I use the black facial mask. I think it's called chocolate. I think it's chocolate. That black mask when you peel it off your skin.
Mm-hmm.
I also use black soap, the black African soap. I use that. I also use that green tea facial stuff. They said it's supposed to take out that pore automatically, but I didn't see anything come out of my face. It just, I just use it as like a mask, and then I just wash it off. It really didn't, find any pores in my skin. But before I started using, all that stuff, when I was younger, when I was a teen, I will only use a bar of soap on my face to wash my face. And because when I was younger, I took showers daily. I knew how to use, that was taught hygiene, but I really wasn't on the full, basic of how to, take care of your face properly. And using certain like body, facial creams or mask and all that stuff. I just wash my face with soap.
But did you put lotion on your face?
Nah, I didn't.
Okay.
I do now, but back then I didn't. Because back then I was taught not to put, anything that was oily on my face because it will break you out.
Okay. All right.
Mhm.
I know some people back in the day, they used to put a bunch of Vaseline all over their face.
My mom used to do that. My mom used to do that. She used Vaseline on my face when I was a kid.
Especially during winter time. But I don't use Vaseline, but I think I have combination skin, but I like to put, like I said, I wash my face and I put on the hyaluronic acid every day, and it is incredible. That's all I got to say on that.
I never heard of hyaluronic acid before. When you first said it on the stream, I was like, I wonder what that is.
Okay, hold on. Okay. All right, so what is self-love to you?
Self-love is when you put yourself first and put your needs first, and to, take care of yourself and not put others before yourself. That's what self-love is.
All right. So thank you so much. I'm going to call someone back. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Bye. Okay, this is good. So many good calls coming through. Okay. And I love this lady, this color blue. This is such a pretty blue for all skin tones. It's gorgeous. I love that outfit. I love her white dress. Gorgeous. Oh, yes. Say Mary Vasquez. She knows about it. Hyaluronic acid and vitamin C does wonders for the skin, and so does retin. Thank you, retinol. Retin A. The hyaluronic acid I use, yes, it has vitamin C in it as well. It clears up dark marks. It leaves your skin looking completely rejuvenated. Like I said, I saw changes within a week of using it. And oh, hold on. Simply T says it made her face look older. I don't know. I had good results with it. And retinol helps with wrinkles. I don't have wrinkles, but it's great to start when you're young. Of course, prayer helps as well. Let's not forget that as well. And drinking lots of water. Okay. Retin A or retinol? Yes. Nikki T says if you have acne issues, be careful of mixing hyaluronic acid and salicylic acid products. Salicylic acid products. All right. Yeah, if you have acne, I suggest you go to a dermatologist so that they can, you know, get you on the proper medicine to treat the acne. All right. And it is true, everyone's skin is different. Hi, this is Cerebral.
Hey, Teresa, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good. Just finished work, so just been kind of watching while I'm working.
Okay. So you see the topic of today is about self-care. So many of us
Yeah.
ladies have to practice that and pampering ourselves and taking care of ourselves on all levels. Whether you can do self-care at the house, you can go out, going to the spa, making sure you're on top of yourself, cooking at home or going to a restaurant, treating yourself. What are the things you do to practice self-care, including therapy if that's what you need? What do you do?
Well, it depends on what time of the year it is. So like this past, towards the beginning of the year, I love going to the doctor. So I like going to my doctor, my dermatologist, dentist, like every doctor is kind of schedule my appointments the same month. And just hearing that I'm healthy or everything is how it should be, or should it be, and like getting it taken care of makes me have peace of mind. So that's like for me, that's like self care. One, health is self care, but just having that peace of mind that nothing's like going on makes me feel good. And then another thing that I love to do, I feel like it sounds weird because it's not like relaxing, but I love to clean. Like for me, I feel like having a very clean place, dust free, everything's where it's supposed to be. Everything just kind of smells really good. I feel like that also just is a big form of self care because I feel like whenever if I ever get stressed out, like if whether it's in work, school, etc., I feel like that translates into my space. And when my space isn't put together, I just that peace of mind and just relaxation is for like I feel like what am I trying to say? I feel like for me the self care and having your place kept together, I guess at the core of my self care is just having peace of mind with everything. Because I definitely it can be anxious, like an anxious person. I'm definitely a busybody, like in general. So I guess that's why peace of mind is important. I'm trying to like realize it's okay to kind of sit back sometimes. But other things that I really like to do uh, that I think are important to self care are I like to do really girly things like getting nails done, doing facials. Um, I think in the chat we were talking about fragrances a little bit earlier.
Yes.
And yeah, right. I feel like fragrances and just smelling really good is like a big part of just feeling really feminine, really pretty, feeling put together. I don't know if you do, and if you do, please share. But having a nighttime fragrance or body splash that you put on right before bed, do you do that? Do you think that's weird?
No, sometimes I have this Bath and Body Works body wash. When I take a shower before I get out, I put it all over me and then I rinse it off. I have some sprays. Um, Lord, it's one I'm looking at right now. Actually, let me go get it. Hold on for a second.
Yeah, for
Hold
sure.
on. It's really good. It's not, I have some more expensive ones in a dresser, but this isn't expensive, but it smells great. It's called Primo. If you like Giorgio, you'll love Primo Fragrance Body Spray. It's a big old bottle of it. I love the smell of lavenders. I like vanillas.
Oh yeah.
Love vanillas. Soft. I don't like perfumes and stuff that's too strong smelling. I don't like it when it smells old. I like fresh scents. That's the best way I can describe it. I used
Oh
to
no, yeah.
like I used to like White Diamonds by Elizabeth Taylor. It's a little kind of older smelling, but it smelled really good. I don't wear that as much anymore. But yes. So I do know of other women that do that every night, perfume. There's nothing weird about that at all.
I've been told that it's like you do that, like isn't that a waste of perfume? And I'm like, no. When I wake up in the morning, it's like the nicest thing to smell. I'm a person that loves like florals, so I like preferably rose and gardenia. I'm kind of picky with floral scents though because I feel like a lot of people say they have a nice floral scent, but it kind of smells cheapy cheap, and I don't like it. But when I like Jo Malone. Jo Malone is probably my favorite fragrance store because you can mix the scents together. Um, and it's just a very luxurious experience. And I guess that's another thing I participate in is like whenever I go to a store that offers like an elevated experience, for example, I think it's okay. Like some of my friends, I guess, would say that it's like they don't want to bother it, but I'm like they're there to give you that really nice experience. So when I go into Jo Malone, for example, they sit you down, they bring the fragrances to you, they spray it on the card, like they kind of just it's like a very just nice experience where you kind of get to put your bag down and just really enjoy everything that they're offering and then some versus like going into just any regular store where you kind of shop yourself. I enjoy the experience that the store is offering it. um, so for me that's really nice. I love getting myself facials. I used to work in skincare a lot actually, skincare and hair care. So I guess when I was about 16, I'm 24 now. When I was about 16, my skin on my forehead and my cheeks were like 2 shades darker than the center of my face because that's how bad my acne scarring was. Um, and then I discovered Korean skincare. So at a younger age, I guess I really held that skincare, taking the time for yourself after a shower, like that's your you time. Um, I my skin actually lightened up, like the scarring at least, just
Mm-hmm.
because I took the time out of my day to like give myself an extra 5-10 minutes to do that for myself, as opposed to seeing it as like, oh, now I have to get out of the shower, you know.
Let me ask
Uh,
you this question. Do you think that skincare is still a sensitive topic for many African American women?
for me, I feel like it can be yes, because I remember when I would work and help out people, like I love taking people on the skincare journey. A lot of African American women or African women would ask, like, is this okay to use on, black skin? And I would use myself as like a test dummy, I guess. Like I personally didn't mind, and don't mind. So I would just let them know, like, yes, I use the product. I'll make recommendations all day, every day, and I'm kind of like I'm a person who likes to research heavily, both on the natural skincare side, but on what like dermatologists have to say. Um, and I feel like I feel like yes, it can just be sensitive, but I feel like there's more research to be done on it at one at a personal level, but also I feel like in dermatology it could be more inclusive to melanated skin and not just African Americans, just anyone with a deeper pigment. Um, and for me, I love my dermatologist. I actually found her because I like researched African American dermatologists in my area, and she is amazing. To me,
Okay.
like she's amazing.
Now, give me one quick little second. When y'all was talking about perfumes, I know we're talking about women, but when it comes to a man, one scent, I think it's because my dad, he used to always wear this. It's an oil, it's called Egyptian musk. Egyptian musk on a man smells amazing. I just wanted to say that. And Simply Tea in the comment section, yes, she says to work on cellulite, a coffee scrub is great. And I heard about that. Holly Berry uses coffee scrub for cellulite. I had read that years ago in a magazine. Also, yes, read. I'm gonna read some things in the chat later. Y'all are dropping gems in the chat. So tell me, what other things do you do for self care? Do you treat yourself out to nice restaurants and have a good meal? Do you cook at home? Do you have spa days? Do you go out to the movies? Tell us the fun things you do to pamper yourself.
Oh, so for me, I love doing my makeup. I feel like that's always really fun. I feel like my confidence level just transfers. Sitting in the mirror, just taking my time, like listening to really good music. depending on the mood I want to get into. That for me is that's me. That's super fun. I also like to go out to nice restaurants. I'm a person who does not mind spending a little extra on a nice dining experience if it's somewhere I really want to try out and be at. So I feel like, granted, you don't want to always like go out and just be, out, because food that you eat out is always high in calories, etc. But when you do it every once in a while, it is a really nice treat. I haven't done it so much now because work has been really intense. I think because things are kind of opening back up after the pandemic. But I try to tell myself it's temporary. Get a nice bottle of wine. Sometimes I'll splurge on a nicer wine, and that's like a treat to myself. I'll go buy myself a nice outfit. And if and actually I'll do a girls trip here and there. I feel like every woman should have a girls trip with some close friends, whether it's one close friend or five, whatever their friend group is,
Oh, that
because
would be
that is really nice.
fun. When was the last time you had a girls' trip?
It was pre-pandemic, unfortunately, because everything closed. But I'm actually going on one next month. I mean, I wouldn't consider it a girls' trip because it's a bachelor party. But in August, I'm actually going to New Orleans with a group of my girlfriends.
Oh my
And to make
God.
it, yeah, I think New Orleans is a great trip because it's not super expensive, but there's a lot to do. We're gonna do a theme each night we're there, like how we dress. So that's gonna be super fun. And we're walking distance to everything. So we're gonna try different places on Bourbon Street. We plan on taking a boat ride. Things we wouldn't normally do like at home.
Just be
So
careful, because there is a lot of voodoo around there. Be careful.
oh no, yeah, we've researched a lot. We have a friend that actually lives there. So they're telling us places to avoid, like things to look out for, which is a big help. Because you can always do research, but it definitely helps have someone over there. And then we have I call them like our moms of the group, so I also trust them a lot. And then we want to plan. I don't know how, because it's kind of towards the end of the year, but we want to plan to go to New York together too.
Okay,
So
that
I
would
have
be.
like a really good.
Well, that's where I always
Oh, go
go when
ahead.
I do my little vacation. I used to go well, I used to live there, but every summer, but I haven't been there in maybe 4 years or so, but you'll have a lot of fun. Are you going to Manhattan? The city, Manhattan?
No, yeah. We thought keep it because we can't all of us have different schedules, but we kind of fit it into a reasonable amount of time. So we're gonna stick to the more, unfortunately, I mean not unfortunately, more touristy areas. That way we kind of have seen this. So if we ever go back, we know we can do something else. So I'm really excited about it, a lot. I've always wanted to go to New York.
Oh, I love travel. Who knows? Maybe one day I'll join y'all on these girls' trip. Who knows what could happen?
Is there anywhere that you would love to go? Like if someone said, "Hey, I got this for you right now, and you want to go and bring whoever you want," where would you go?
I would go to Venice. That's my dream. That's my dream.
Oh, I really hope you can go. I mean, they got hit pretty hard with the pandemic, but I think that's my mom loves Italy. And she one year was like, "I'm gonna really invest in myself," and she went 3 times.
Man, I heard
She
Italy
was
is so
like, "I
nice.
wanna." Go ahead.
No, I heard it's so nice. It's so nice.
It is. I really want to go. I saw her photos and her experience. The pace of life is so different. So, um, yeah, I definitely want to go. I got lucky enough to go to China a few years back, which was a super fun experience for me. I got a heightened level of an experience because of the people I was traveling with. So I feel like that was definitely a once in a lifetime trip. But I haven't really explored anywhere more tropical, and I feel like that's a really I want. I want to be out in the sun, let it hit my skin, like really like just I feel like going to like Bahamas, Mexico, any of those countries would be really, really nice.
Have you ever been on a
kind
cruise?
Of what I'm doing. Yes, I have. I didn't appreciate it at the time that I went, but I have been on one.
I tell everybody, if you've never been on a boat cruise, you have to do it. Before you leave this earth, you will never forget it.
I definitely agree with that. Looking back, like as a 24-year-old, I guess you can say, looking back on it, definitely a great experience too, because the water is just so nice. It's just so relaxing if you don't get seasick. But I can definitely see what you mean when you say like everyone should go. A really cool place I would like to go would also be like Alaska or Greenland. I feel like it would be really cool to see like the Northern Lights.
Oh my
Or the Sun
God.
Belt.
Yes.
Where like I feel like that because a lot of my friends they want to go on trips with me, but like, some of the places I want to go are not, they're not always like a Caribbean vacation. Some of them are like things like where it's cold, but I feel like seeing the Northern Lights would be a really cool trip. I feel like that would be very memorable, and I heard that seeing it is very different from seeing it like on TV or pictures. Like it's a very surreal experience for something that happens naturally on the planet. So
thank you, Nadia. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I had got a donation. But yes, I mean, I heard it's very beautiful. When we see these pictures, if it looks that beautiful in a picture, imagine it in person. Like I said, when I went on a boat cruise, I didn't want to come back to the United States. I had never seen water that beautiful in my life. It was just paradise. Every place has its problems, but you have to go on a getaway, travel. There are beautiful places right here in the United States as well, and it's just important to get away. I really think travel is good for the soul, and
I agree.
So I think it's really cool that you have a girls' trip. I would love to get things. I always wanted a travel partner. I mean, if I won't wait on if I want to go somewhere, I'm gonna go. But it's great that you can go with your friends and everything. So, so you practice self-care, and I'm happy to hear that.
Yes, 100%. And I wanted to say too, like I love your channel. I love what you. I love the information you give out and just the topics that you discuss. I feel like it's very beneficial to a lot of the women in our community, like especially as we move forward and we progress further into depending on everyone's age, into our 20s and 30s, 40s, and so on. And I just feel like when we are that, I guess, older generation, and we have like new channels and new groups of people that this is more of like their ideals as opposed to something that's just being like talked about and discovered now.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I want you to tell me, what is self-love to you?
So, for me, self-love is just looking in the mirror and just being like, you are that person. You like no one can tell you anything. Like someone can come up to me and like confidence. Like for me, it's just unfaltering confidence. Like I have been thrown all kinds of things. I was actually engaged, and my fiance passed away early last year.
Sorry to hear that.
And thank you. He it was always him and I, but after the healing process, the grieving process, and everything, I realized it's me right now. Like it's not me and him, it's me. And I have to realize that I'm the person that I fall back on. Like, granted, it's okay to ask for help and stuff, but for me, I'm a very confident person. Even if I don't know something, like I don't mind admitting it. I will say, yeah, I don't know that, and I will continue pushing forward. And just being confident in myself, knowing that I will always try to be the best person that I can be for myself and for others. And that honestly like gets me through so so many things. Like a lot of things. And then just even outside of that, like I guess it still goes back to confidence because I'll have people tell me, "Oh, I can never wear that," or "Oh, I don't know how you can do this," and I'm like, "Just do it." Like I remember I wanted to have short hair. I just shaved my head and I just wore it, and I was just like, "This is like what you get." And people will talk to me, come up to me all the time, and it just feels great knowing that even if someone doesn't like it, I really don't care.
Yeah, it's
So for
about
me,
what makes you
yeah, that's
happy.
yeah. And I feel like when you don't care about a thing in the world in terms of what like people think of you and like what you do, because everyone's perception of life is different. Um,
One question.
they have different experience.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Miss Sincere wants to know if you're in New York City right now.
I am not. I live in Texas.
Okay. I'm sorry. Continue. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, I live in Texas. Um, I to respond to Miss Sincere though, people have told me I would love New York City like if I moved. So I take that as a compliment because New Yorkers are really cool. But no, yeah, for me, just being super confident, always not letting anyone's opinions like make you feel any kind of way just because it honestly is a distraction from you doing your own thing, whether it be career goals, family goals, like just anything that's important to you. And also just whatever is important to you, being passionate about it, giving your all to it. I feel like whenever you put your heart into something, it makes you feel better to me. Like if you really enjoy something, like for me, I want to be an attorney. I love learning about the law. I like learning all the boring mundane stuff that comes with it. I do lean boring and mundane, but for me, I enjoy it. It's something I actively look towards, and since I enjoy it, and like I said, you don't care about what anyone says. You just get further faster.
So does prayer help you? Any meditation and praying help you in your everyday life?
I personally don't meditate, but I do a lot of words of affirmation. Uh, I'll pray, but that's more so at night and just for I do it more so for like family. Like I won't, like my mom has some things going on, so I do more stuff for that, prayer for that. But for myself, I'll do a lot of words of affirmation. Like I tell myself I can do this, whether I'm tired, stressed, even if it's a good day. I just tell myself like, hey, you're gonna kill it regardless. And even if it's not your best day, you still did something. So I think words of affirmation definitely help. It's like a fake it till you make it in a way.
Mm-hmm.
And that gets me to do a lot of things that I don't want to do and also that I want to do.
Okay, so we talked about outer beauty, but how do you work on your inner beauty, your character, positive energy?
Watching channels like yours, honestly, I kind of just stumbled upon this side of YouTube um, after my fiance passed, actually, and I was like, huh. I've never really thought about a lot of the things, or maybe thought about it, but never had like a way to, I guess, conceptualize them in my head and out into real life. But um, this side of YouTube has definitely helped me in that sense, just build character, different viewpoints. I guess just being open to learning. I love to read. Granted, they're just like books about they're more they're not like any kind of like intellectual book. I just read for fun, but I feel like reading takes me to places where I'm like, okay, they're talking about this place in this book, and then I go and research it, and I just feel like learning in general helps build my character because I think being knowledgeable about different things really opens up your mind to so many possibilities, which in turn makes you a more open person, susceptible to different lifestyles, cultures, etc. So that's how that's kind of my interpretation and on how I build character, I guess, in that way. And just doing hard work, knowing the goals I have, putting them out on the list, how am I going to achieve them, and just kind of trying to find people that inspire me in those ways. So that's kind of how I work on my, I guess, character in a sense.
Okay. So I thank you so much, and I'm going to take a little 4-minute break. Anybody who wants to call, get ready. So thank you so much.
Thank you. You enjoy the rest of your evening, and I look forward to hearing everyone else
Thank you.
on your life.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Ladies, I went back to this picture. This woman is amazing. Every woman up here, I hope you check them out. She has about 3 different names she goes by. She has a group I was a part of on Facebook of women. Mostly all the women in the group are leveled up or on their level up journey. They have wonderful advice. She is an entrepreneur. She travels. She goes on dates with well-to-do men. I think she's a swirler, or maybe a rainbow swirler too. But her journey. I saw the pictures of her. She had lost weight. She got herself together, and she looks amazing. So check her out. I mean, she's incredible. And again, she has her own businesses and much more in her group. So yeah, I just wanted to share that. So what I'm gonna do, let's take a 4-minute break, and then I'm going to call someone. Let me put my commercial on. Let's get this back up. Come on. You pull out that cash. I tell you what I wanted. I took a chance, ain't pay a dime for it. When roll of the dice, you were by my side. I'm just a lucky girl, feeling like I found the golden ticket. Walk through the park, worth $1 million. I want everything, but I don't need diamonds for you to be in my world. You're quite enough for me. Love's like gifts under the tree. Every day it just gets better, better. And it's a guarantee. 'Cause I'm rich with ya, yeah. I want for life with ya, yeah. Play the numbers and 1 for 3. I'm in love. I thought the odds were against me. In the love lottery, I hit the jackpot. I'm done. Cash my check. You're the one. I thought the odds were against me. In the love scratch it off. Got the winning digits. My mama said that I shouldn't play with it, but this is my life, and odds like this don't come around twice. Your love is like the best hand ever. Play it right, we're cashing in forever. You're all I need. Took a chance on your boy. Now you always gon' see that you are. You're quite enough for me. Love's like gifts under the tree. Every day it just gets better, better. And it's a guarantee. God say it, 'cause I'm rich with ya, yeah. I want my life with ya, yeah. Play the numbers and 1 for 3. I'm in love. I thought the odds were against me. In the love lottery, I hit the jackpot. I'm done. Cash my check. You're the one. I thought the odds were against me. In the love lottery, my cards are on the table. I'm showing you my all. Love's always a gamble, but I'm not afraid to fall. And I'd rather risk it than end up all alone. I'd bet it on you, baby. I won't let you go. Ooh, feels like I won the lottery. Okay, sorry about that. Hello? Black Women Matter?
Hi.
How are you? I love that name.
Oh, thank you. It's actually a podcast that I'm looking to start soon. So that's the name that I wanted to use. So anyways.
And you're calling me from Canada?
Yeah, from Toronto. Actually, am I live right now, or can I call you right back from a different number?
Yes, you can.
Kind of private number.
Okay, we're live, but you can call me.
From the other number.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, y'all see Creme de la Femme? You know, I show her a lot because this woman is all the way leveled up. She is an inspiration. You should check out her page. Again, check out all these women. We have some things in common. She's a Libra. She has Jamaican heritage. She is down for the swirl. She travels. She's a part of a lot of luxury Instagram. She's on a lot of luxury Instagram pages representing for Black women. And she has inner and outer beauty. So, yes. Okay, I have Black Women Matter back on. So, the topic of today is about self-care, and there are many things you can do for self-care, inner and outer beauty. And what are some things that you do? How important is self-care to you?
So, self-care is very important to me, but I wanted to touch on a different part because it's great to take care of the outer and the physical. You know, that's awesome. But I also feel like protecting your peace of mind is self-care. Because I don't think it's going to do us any good to take care of the aesthetics if we're in maybe, a relationship, friendships, or intimate.
You're saying outer beauty doesn't matter? Uh-oh. Hello? I can't hear her. I'm not sure what just happened. Okay, I'm going to call. Let me write down your number. I'm going to call you right back because I cannot hear you for some reason.
Hello?
Okay, now I can hear you. Uh-oh. Okay, maybe she'll call right back. I will wait and see, or I'll call her back. Okay. Oh my goodness. You have the username in the chat. All my life, I had to divest. Sound like Oprah off The Color Purple. All my life, I had to fight. Okay, I'm not sure what happened, but I think I can hear you now.
Okay.
Okay, you said that I don't know if I heard you correctly. You said outer beauty doesn't matter.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
There's a different aspect. It's important to take care of the external, but it's not going to do us any good if we are in, relationships, intimate or friendships, or even familial relationships where we're being disparaged, or maybe it's a, psychologically abusive or mentally stressful situation, because that also does show on the outside, right?
Basically
So
having a nasty attitude. Don't have no nasty attitude.
Exactly. And I feel like a lot of people with the nasty attitude, it's not so much that they want to be nasty, but maybe they're in these relationships, where they're being treated poorly. So they, just start treating other people, because hurt people, right? So I feel like a very important part of self-care is dealing with our feelings, dealing with our emotions, journaling, right? You can't afford a therapist. Sit down and write out all your feelings. If you're having fearful thoughts, write them down, because that is very cathartic and it's very therapeutic, and it can actually be very beneficial. I take therapy, and that's one of the strategies for coping that my therapist has given to me, and I found it to be helpful.
Okay. Having a journal.
So that's also go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I said having a journal.
Yes, and journaling to kind of deal with your feelings, your emotions. I feel like sometimes journaling at the end of the day, if you're having problems, because when you do put stuff down on paper, you tend to find the answer, right? Whereas if you're just letting stuff circle around in your brain, you never really, sometimes you never really come to a solution. So I feel like that's also beneficial. And also advocating for yourself, speaking up if you feel like you're in a situation that's not healthy. That's also self-care. So I do take care of myself. I do my nails, my hair, and that's great. But I feel like that's a part of self-care. I feel like that's more self-pampering, and nothing is wrong with that. I also feel that there are other aspects of self-care that Black women can employ, so we can, be fully, feminine and not, aggressive. Not that we are, but I feel like that's also another part of the puzzle of self-care.
Give us some examples.
Oh, of what?
Some
what
things
exactly?
we can do.
Journaling?
Some more things we can do.
Oh, okay. So, like I said, journaling, if, writing stuff down doesn't really work for you, you can talk to your friends. Make sure that you're taking time out to connect with people, because we're social beings. We're not meant to be isolated, right? So finding time to speak to positive people who are going to build you up and not tear you down. That's something that we can do as a part of self-care. Just doing stuff that's fun. Like, you don't have to be working 24/7 or grinding, right? Like, do you like to dance? Do you like to just go take care of your flowers? Right now, before I called in, I have some beautiful flowers that I'm gonna, put in my pots and put them out on the balcony.
Oh,
That's
okay.
stuff I do just to beautify my environment. And it's actually fun to just watch plants grow, and you have to water them and you can't neglect them. So I don't have a home, like a house yet. I have a beautiful apartment, but it's beautifully decorated with like my plants and my flowers. I do my evening, I do virtual dance classes in the evening. That's something that's just fun and allows me to just disconnect from the world. So we need to get to do stuff that are fun, You don't have to be hustling and grinding like 24/7. That will also give us back some joy in our life. So I feel like those are some things. Candles, right?
Yes.
If you like the scent of candles, light up a candle. Just allow the scent to fill your room. Put on some soothing music. Read a book.
I think
magazine.
DIY projects is very relaxing. Cooking, experiment, try some new recipes. That's fun.
Yes. I have a couple magazines here that I bought for like health and nutrition, and I'm gonna try out. So apparently, the Mediterranean diet is the healthiest diet for. I mean, they have meat, so if you're vegan, I don't know how that you would adapt to that. So I have a magazine right here with some Mediterranean diet recipes that I'm gonna try out, and they're very healthy. So yeah, DIY projects, cooking, self-care. I feel like we need to get back to connecting with other people, connecting with ourselves, dealing with our thoughts, and that will also help us with caring for ourselves.
I'm going to ask you this and everybody in the chat, and it's a very crazy question coming from me. It's kind of, it probably will sound nuts because many of you are here because you support me. Do you think my videos are too negative? I don't think so.
No.
But I want to hear y'all opinions.
I think you have a nice balance, right? You do speak about the negative stuff, but the way that you talk about it, I don't find it to be like depressing or anything like that. You also have a beautiful spirit, so I think that also helps.
Thank you so much.
Even if you're talking about a negative topic, you're using it to help Black women and bring awareness. And it's not like the stuff that you're talking about, you're not making this up. Like these stuff, they are happening. And I'm in Canada, so some of these things I don't even know unless I, see a channel like yours or maybe Cynthia G or some. Sorry, I don't know if I'm allowed.
Oh no, you can. You can say any name. It's fine.
yeah, so this is how I get connected with like with because I try not to watch the news too much because it's really depressing for me. Um, but yeah, I feel like I don't think you're no, I actually like to listen to you as like a for these type of topics that you do. The other one where you had the older ladies call in
Oh,
and
yes.
talk about, their routine, that was bright and very beneficial and helpful. Um, so yeah, I don't think they're negative at all. No.
Okay. I listen to what many of you say, and, the positive. I try to bring balance, but I just feel like a lot of stuff I talk about, it affects Black women. It's our truths. So many people didn't even have a clue that we even felt this way about certain stuff. They have this image of us as the
Mm-hmm.
warrior street fighters who agree with everything that goes on in the Black community, and we don't. And I wanted the world to know the truth. And I also like to
Mm-hmm.
challenge things that I feel are lies and not true, because I feel like Black women get
Mm-hmm.
blamed for so much that I know it's
Mm-hmm.
not true, that we didn't cause all these problems, and I feel someone has to stand up. But I like to throw something different in, like I'm doing today, because I have a lot of
Yeah.
things I think about besides those things I talk about, and I want to show you something different sometimes. So I thank you. So tell
Yeah.
me,
No
um,
problem.
what's self-love to you? Also, what makes you feel happy?
Mm-hmm.
What's something you enjoy doing?
I love dancing. Um, and I found like little stuff like even oil. I wanted to share this with everybody. Like if you're finding it hard to sleep, I know it's kind of hot, but even if you put a little bit of like essential oil, lavender oil, on like the bottom of your feet, and you put on some socks, that will help you to kind of like drift off to sleep and get a diffuser because you said that you had some issues with the sleeping as well
Yes. Yes.
earlier. So,
Yes.
even if you get a diffuser, you have some lavender oil, put it in your room, like that will help you to kind of relax. And also plug-ins, because I feel like scent really brightens, your mood. Like even if you're working, have a nice little plug-in. I have one with jasmine that helps me to kind of, you know, breathe and just relax. So those little stuff we can do and put them in little areas of your home to kind of brighten your mood. And for me, self-care and self-love is one caller said it earlier, putting yourself first. A lot of people think that may be selfish, but no, you have to put yourself first, if you want to be there fully for other people. And like I said, I also feel like it's the mental part. So for self care for me, it's taking care of my mental. If I went through a difficult situation, if my therapist is not available right away, I journal it. And sometimes once I journal it, it's like, and I get a good night's sleep, that's also important. I wake up and I have the solution. So we need to remember that a lot of times we know the answers to our own questions from within, but either we don't trust ourselves or we're afraid and we seek validation from other people. But sometimes we just take some quiet time to journal, and relax and meditate. You realize that within you have a lot of the answers to your questions. So for me, it's just my mental health, mental clarity, mental peace, and then all the other stuff, you will automatically want to do that once your mind is in a good state.
I agree. Also, I think having a cute little kitten, a little pet.
Oh,
I have a little cat. She just makes me so happy. They really brighten your
yes,
day. They're so sweet and
I
cute.
agree.
So, all
Yes,
right. So,
absolutely.
I thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, and
Thank
enjoy the rest of your night. And I
thank
love
you.
your content, so keep
Thank
doing what
you.
you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
All right. Bye bye.
Bye. I have to call two people. They probably think I forgot about them because I told them I would be calling them. So I'm going to call someone right now. Let's see if she answers. Such good advice with these calls and tips. Okay, let's see.
Oh,
Hi, this is Cerebral.
we just talked earlier.
Oh my God. Hold on. Hold on. 626?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, sorry about that. Okay.
It's okay.
Thank you. Bye. Oopsie. Okay. Let me call this person. Don't these ladies look gorgeous? They're really representing. Simply T, I'm happy these videos have helped you, get more in tune with your femininity and wearing dresses and everything.
Hello?
Hi, this is Cerebral.
Hi, Cerebral. How are you?
Hi, how are you? I'm fine. How are you?
I am awesome. I just got done cleaning, took a shower,
Okay.
rolling up, and then you called, and I'm very, very happy.
Oh, girl, thank you. So, tonight's topic is all about pampering ourselves, taking care of ourselves, self-care for our mental and physical well-being. And I wanted to know, what are some things that you do to take care of yourself, to pamper yourself? How important is self-care for you?
Okay, I'm going to be honest, and I'm not going to, make it more than what it really is. For years, I have woke up in the morning and I work out before the day begins. There was a time that I would wake up and work out at around 4 o'clock a.m. every single morning because I would have to work at 7 a.m. But it was kind of like, it's always been worth it for me. So my fitness, that is very, very important, ladies. I did want to give you guys a tip. If you're finding it hard to get in the gym, I understand some of us are mothers and you can't do it, but if you can, work out before you go to work. If you work out before you go to work, your body releases endorphins, and it keeps you in a good mood, and it keeps you focused for the rest of the day after your workout. It is very hard to work out after you've worked an 8-hour shift or whatever you've done for work. And then after that, after you have all that food in your stomach to go to the gym afterwards. So if I can help anyone in the world out there, I would say work out in the morning. And I've been doing this. I've been actually working out and into fitness since I was 12. So I've tried everything, and I'm telling you guys, that's what really works. Another thing that I'm faithful with it. Like I don't stop. Another thing about it is drink a lot of water. As some of the ladies who came before me already stated, water. I'm 33, and most people think I'm about 25. Drink a lot of water. Cut down on smoking and drinking. Cut down on that because I promise you it will make you look younger. Because when you smoke weed, it doesn't actually mess up anything in your body, but it tends to make most people look older.
Oh, yes.
It does. Another thing that I would like to say to everyone, live a happy life, carefree, stress-free. When you live a happy life, carefree, stress-free, it will show on you. You will age better and your skin will be better, your hair will be better, your face will be better, you will look better. Try to look at life not with the glass half empty, but the glass half full. And I don't care if that means getting rid of negative people in your life. If they're your family or people that you have to be around, just limit your time with them. But definitely try to live your best life. And I feel like that's the main secret to beauty and aging well and looking youthful. Another thing is have a hobby. I don't care if you sign up for, an adult volleyball team in your spare time, or you go bike riding, or you join whatever little group. Have a hobby that contributes to having a better carefree life, and it will show on you. So with me, I pretty much live a carefree life. I work out every day. I drink a lot of water, and I don't fool with a lot. I don't fool with processed foods really at all. Um, Another thing that I do is a lot of women said before me, I keep my nails done every 2 weeks. Like I don't play. I go to get a steal every other week. Even if you don't have fake nails, make sure that your natural nails are manicured. Keep up with that. Keep up with your nails and your feet. I promise you, like whenever my feel gets old or my nails are just looking crusty, which is very very rare, I feel dusty and crusty and ugly. I don't feel ugly, but I just when I'm unkempt, which is very rare for me, I don't feel like myself. So ladies, definitely keep those nails done. Keep that hair done. If you can't afford to do hair, there are plenty of tutorials on YouTube for natural hair, unnatural hair, wigs, weaves, whatever. You can easily go to the hair store and, get the proper tools that you need to give yourself a cute little bun every day. Make yourself look good and you will feel good. And I promise you, for all of my work at home ladies, open up the window, open up those blinds, let that light shine in. Even though you're not around people and they're not going to see you that day, this is for you. Do your eyebrows, put a little gloss on, do your hair every single morning, and open up that window so that the light shines in. Turn on some lofi beats while you're at work, some relaxing lofi beats. And I promise you, like, these things are essential and they really do make a difference in the way that you feel and the way that you look. Me, my main ingredient is being a water drinker and working out every day. That's pretty much like my main ingredients and living my best life. And you'll look good. I promise you, you will attract a lot of men.
Oh, yes. Also, it was said in the chat, keeping a clean house, I mean,
Yes.
it really makes you feel better. It's like you're decluttering your
Mm-hmm.
life. I like to organize. I have to be organized. It keeps me sane and it makes me
Yes.
feel good, you know?
It really, really does. That's so crazy because, like I said, I was cleaning my apartment, getting everything, my nice little cleaning, and then, took a shower, about to order me some food and wind down, got a friend coming over. And I promise you, like what you said, cleanliness is next to godliness. If you have a lot of clutter in your life, that means that your mind is cluttered. Release that clutter. Clean up. If you've been a junkie person your entire life, start with the essentials just to train yourself because everything is about training. Anything that you do for 2 weeks becomes a habit. Make sure that your bathroom and kitchen are clean. The bathroom and kitchen are essential. And then make sure that your living room is together and then your room is together. Start creating new habits. Buy some flowers in a vase that you can set on the kitchen table or on your desk or whatever. Like buy roses and summer flowers in the summer, flowers that like daisies in the fall and stuff like that. Buy flowers so that you bring some life and some beautifulness into your apartment, your home, your townhouse, or your room, or your Airbnb room, wherever you're staying. Definitely keep that place together because I promise you, if you keep the place that you lay your head down, that is your temple. Your body is your first temple, but where you live is your second temple. You want to make sure that that is together because if you are going to sleep every single night in a junky place, you will not have a clear mind and it's going to show on your face. So definitely your lifestyle and the way that you live is the number one contribution to your beauty. It's going to show on the inside and it's going to show on the outside. But if I could say anything, ladies, watch how you eat, please. Don't just put any and everything into your body. Watch how you eat. If you have to write calories down, and I'm not saying be skinny because skinny is just, some women are naturally thin, but we come in all shapes and sizes. I've seen a Nigerian woman. She's a fitness model, and she's over 200 pounds. When I tell y'all, she's built like an ox. She's solid. She has one of the most beautiful bodies I've ever seen. So I'm not talking about eat healthy to be a size 2. I'm talking about eat healthy because what you put inside of your body really matters. It's definitely gonna, excuse me, direct your spirit, and it's gonna pretty much set the tone of how you feel on the inside and how you feel on the outside. Seriously, don't eat eat meat for all 3 of your meals or red meat for all 3 of your meals. Like, I don't care if you have to, like, eat a meal that consists of vegetables and fruit and some sort of a protein shake for breakfast, and then, then eat, like, some meat or whatever sometime throughout the day. But just try to limit yourself. I am not a vegan. I'm not a vegetarian. I'm not a pescatarian. I'm a universal eater. I eat everything in the universe that gives me nutrients, but I do it in increments. I don't overload myself with carbs. I don't overload myself with fruit and vegetables, and I don't overload myself with meat. I do it at the right proportion of everything, and cut out all that processed food. Try to hold out on candy and stuff like that, because I promise y'all, if like everybody walked into a room, the most fit girl, she's automatically gonna give herself a level up to get noticed by a man than everybody. Like, they're gonna always notice the girl who's more fit first. And I'm just being honest. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, not trying to be mean. I am not male identified. And half of these men out there who are talking about women need to get in shape, like I said, I don't care how skinny they are. If I cut them open, I bet you they would bleed hot Cheetos and weed. So,
oh my
ladies,
God.
I'm just keeping it real.
Yes.
I'm just keeping it real. So, ladies, definitely watch what you eat. Care about yourself. And I'm going to tell you right now, most haters are going to be around you, and they're going to tell everybody, girl, you don't need to lose no weight. Girl, what are you going to the gym for? You already look good. Oh, you trying to be like those skinny? No. They say that to all of us. We all need to be in the gym. I don't care if our goal is to gain 10 pounds of muscle, or if it's to lose 10 pounds of fat, or if it's just to maintain the weight that we're in. We all need physical activity. It is important, and it is a very serious matter. We need that physical activity every day.
Because you start aching. You start aching. Your body start hurting.
Exactly. And there's so many resources nowadays. Like, I can literally go on YouTube and search for a stretch for any part of my body. Like, I have a long, long waist. Even though I'm only like 5'4", I have a long waist. So, like, my lower back, it tends to hurt, especially when I'm working out every day.
That happens to me too. For some weird reason, my sides hurt a lot. I don't know.
So then go to YouTube. Girl, people are blowing up my phone all of a sudden. Go to YouTube and just look at stretches for your lower back and stretches for your sides. And it's going to bring up 1,000 YouTubers that are basically going to give you direction on how to do it, and they will stretch with you. So definitely do that every single day. Stretch your body, work your mind and your spirit. And I promise you, your body is going to do what you tell it to do. If you tell your body, if you put certain foods in your body every single day and you work it out every day, your body's not going to have the choice. Your body's going to have the only choice but to bow down and to submit to what you're telling it to do. If I'm putting healthy food in me every single day, and every now and then eating what I want, because that's really important. If you don't eat what you want every now and then, cheat, then you're going to binge. But if I'm putting in healthy foods every day and I'm working out every day and I'm drinking water, my body's going to be forced to lose that 10 pounds. My body's going to be forced to gain that 10 pounds of muscle. My body's going to be forced to maintain its weight. My skin is going to clear up. It's going to do what I tell it to do. I'm the scientist, and my body pretty much is my project, and that goes for all of you ladies. So definitely keep yourself together first for you, and the men will follow. I promise you.
Yes. You know, I wrote down some notes. When you said you used to work out at 4 a.m., I was kind of nervous for you. You didn't go on 4 a.m. runs or anything, did you? Outside?
No. Like, do you mean like jogging and stuff outside?
Yes.
No, I would get in the car and go to the gym. So yeah, safety is like a big thing. You definitely want to be careful. You don't put yourself in a situation, because it's creeps are everywhere. And every woman that's dead, they never thought it would be them. So definitely, ladies, take precaution. Don't go out jogging in the middle of the night. You know how women like to wear sports bras and stuff. Don't do that. No. And if you're going to jog at a park, make sure that the park is flooded with people.
You know, and when you brung up smoking, you told nothing but the truth. You know, they always say, oh, black doesn't crack. It can crack. I've seen it crack. And a lot of those whose faces cracked, they were heavy smokers.
I mean, seriously, I can look at somebody and be like, they smoke. Can't you?
The eyes be yellow and red and stuff. No.
They look age. Like, okay, so I heard this thing, and I'm not going to get it word for word, but there's a gland in our brains. I forgot what it's called. Like I said, research it, y'all. I'm not a scientist, so please. It's not the pituitary gland, but there's another gland that is in your brain that it releases a chemical to cause you to age. Aging is very necessary. Aging is to make sure that a 13-year-old boy that a 33-year-old boy doesn't look like a 13-year-old boy, or a 25-year-old man doesn't look like an 18-year-old. It's very necessary for that chemical to release for us to age. Weed has the THC or whatever you call it, that chemical, it overactivates that gland. So it causes that gland to over-release that chemical that causes you to age. So yes, y'all, weed does do that to you. Everybody says weed doesn't do anything that's from the earth. Well, when the earth and everything was cursed, there were certain fruits and vegetables and berries and stuff that were cursed that you weren't to touch. There's certain berries that you can eat, and then there's certain berries that if you eat it, you die. That's just pretty much the reality of it. Weed doesn't really cause any health effects. That's what they tell us. But one thing that I do know is that it does cause you to age.
Weed, number one, it stinks. I've smelled it. It smells terrible. And
it smells like
they claim, oh, we don't get addicted. That's a damn lie. There are plenty of people who are addicted. They can't hold a job because they go get the P test and the weed is showing up. They can't even get off the weed for a job test. And no, I understand if you have like a sickness. I've heard the weed can help you with that. But other than that, no, I don't date. I don't like the smoking. I don't like that. You know.
Have you seen what most smokers' fingernails look like? I mean, the male smokers. With their fingernails, their fingertips feel looking burnt. Like, it just looks crazy. I don't like it. And then you're right, that is an addiction. If you can get a job for smoking weed, baby, that's an addiction.
Yes.
Stop playing with me. And then it does, to me, it smells like boo-boo. I think the weed smokers, it smells good,
horrible.
But the folks who don't smoke it, they stink.
It smells terrible. And when you said living a happy life, ladies, I'm one of those types of people. My environment can make me depressed. Like, I can't live around a place that looks tore down because it makes me feel like hopeless or something being in that kind of area. Like, I don't like it. I need to be around pretty things. Even if I do live in the hood, my house has to be beautiful because that has to be my sanctuary. It will make me feel better. I feel, ladies, if you need to get out the hood to feel better about your environment plus your safety, save up, get 2 jobs, get a group of you women together and do it on the low, because people around the hood, they watch you when you're trying to leave. When they know you moving, they see that moving truck. Just do it quietly. Do it quietly.
They want to hurry up and rob you before you leave.
Yes.
And let's keep it real, Cerebral. You're a gorgeous girl. You're very pretty.
Thank you.
You don't belong. No, you really are. You don't belong around ugly things. You belong around pretty things. You belong in a pretty neighborhood with beautiful trees, beautiful manicured grass, flowers and stuff like that. You don't belong in ugly areas where the people don't care about where they live and they drop trash where they live. I mean, like, do beautiful women actually look right in those environments? We don't. So ladies, try to save up money to get out of those places. Like, we don't even look right there. Seriously.
Thank you. I've been in Blackistan and it was horrible. Where I live now, I can leave my mail out and the mailman gets my packages, my pickups. Where I was living, they used to steal my damn mail. And I couldn't, sometimes they drop it in front of your door. And I've had my mail taken, they would knock out the lights so it would be dark around the area. It was craziness. And like I said, when I was younger, in Harlem, they used to pee all in the elevator.
Oh my God.
Crack bottle things all over the damn floor.
Oh my gosh. You didn't deserve that. You didn't deserve that. Like, and what really makes me mad is okay, I'm not even trying to change the subject, but where were the men? They should have cared about the women and the children living in environments like that. Like, to me, that's crazy. Like, you didn't know, no woman, no child, no human deserves to live under conditions like that. Like, that is crazy. I grew up in the suburbs in the Midwest. I don't know that life. But my father lives in Philadelphia, and he lives in the ghetto part. So whenever we would go up there to visit him, it was like a movie. It was like something I never seen before in my life. Seriously. And then we went to New York one day, girl, and I couldn't believe how they were letting the trash, like, be that high on the on the corner. Like, that's crazy.
I'm sorry to tell you, it's still like this to this day in many parts.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, a few years ago when I was in Blackistan, sometimes the dumpsters they keep out there is over flooded. But I was really disturbed that it was the men who were knocking out the lights around the neighborhood. For people, I mean, in the apartment places all dark. They don't. I have a whole live I'm gonna do about this subject about living in the hood. Does it have to be raggedy? No, it doesn't. I've lived in places that was okay. I live somewhere beautiful now, but I have to say I've lived in Blackistan, so I know how it can be where people just don't care about how it looks. The men knock out the lights, they steal my damn mail, they peeing. I mean, I don't know in New York if they're still peeing in the elevator. They probably are in the project still, but I mean, you know, girl.
I'm glad you made it out. You don't understand. Like, I'm blessed that you have made it out of there. Because, like I said, you didn't deserve that. That's not normal. You didn't deserve that.
No.
That doesn't make any sense. I'm so glad you made it out. Like, seriously, if you were to like be in the mind of somebody like me, who's from the Midwest and grew up in the suburbs, and then going to Philadelphia and seeing that madness, like, you would be shocked.
Let me tell you some stories. Okay, when I was in Blackistan, the cops was there every week because they sell drugs. My upstairs neighbors, they bust in his house and stole his stuff. I don't come out in the hood. I stay in the house. I'm not coming out there. No. And I remember my mother she went to I mean, I was in Blackistan, but there are places that's way more hood, the projects and stuff, like the projects. And she said she never saw nothing like this where she went, she works in the medical field and she had to take care of someone. It was a grandmother, and she said it had to be at least 15 of people living in that small apartment, a lot of grandsons. None of them worked. None of them worked.
Oh,
and she said that it was so many people outside, she thought an event was happening. They didn't have jobs. They did not have jobs. They were all just out gathered in the projects doing nothing. And the grandma is sitting up there dying. They don't have anything. And you got a house full of grown men who don't work. Or people who get the food stamps. They get their food stamps and they go buy up, they spend all their food stamps, hundreds of dollars, have a barbecue, and then within a week they broke again. They didn't got no food in the house because you bought up everything and had a barbecue over the weekend, and now you don't have no food in the house. Or you get your money and you go spend it on nonsense, and then you complain you ain't got no food instead of going to the supermarket and buying up groceries. Ooh, it's a lot.
No, they're waiting on the white man to come clean it up. They're waiting on the white man to come and clean it up instead of doing it themselves.
I mean, Lord. And
oh my goodness.
I was absolutely disgusted having my damn mail taken, stolen. So
that feels like that's a violation. Like, I would feel so violated, like you.
Oh my God. Also, my mother one time, some hood rats were jealous. These were men. They they threw something on her car. I mean, stuff like that.
Oh my gosh.
So you know, even when I was younger, when I was around, I didn't consider it the projects, but it was Blackistan, and I did not fit in. I didn't fit in with those kids. They was real mean. They were aggressive. I could not. I could not. My safety, I didn't feel safe. You know, they target you when you a sweet little girly girl. They don't, they don't like that in Blackistan, and they make us targets and stuff. So it's real.
So true. It is, and that's one of the things I could always relate to you on, because where I grew up at, it was a suburb. However, it was like, you know how districts have like lines, stuff like that. Like if you're on this line, you're blah blah blah. So we lived close to a place called like State Line, which is a really nice suburb, and it still is to this day. It's very nice. But um, it's right on that line where you can either be in a good district or you could be in a bad district. We're so far out that they didn't know what to do with us. So even though I'm like 20 minutes away from this ghetto school district, that was the school district that they said that they were going to put us in because they didn't know what to do with it. I was going to private Christian schools, but you know, children don't know best. That's what I'm saying. People listen to your family, listen to your mother and your father. Children don't know best. I said I was being bad. I'm not gonna lie, and I was doing stuff, and I was like, well, I don't want to go to private school anymore because it's so small. We ain't got no football team, nothing. I want out of this. So when I got out of private school, guess what? I had to be a part of the public school system. We were really far away. Like I said, I was like 20 minutes away from that school, but they didn't know where to put us because we were kind of like out away from stuff. Girl, do you know when I went to that school, it was like a move. It was like Save the Last Dance. Like,
Oh my God. Oh my
oh,
God.
oh, I remember a kid playing with me, and they were like, "What, you got beef? You got beef?" And I said, "Beef? Beef? What's that?" That's the type of girl I was. When I tell you I was bullied for years, like calling me Oreo, and I felt I had to pretend to be tougher and to be like I had to be less feminine and less myself whenever I went to that school to fit in, so that hopefully, you know, they're not gonna bother me today. I had to like toughen myself up because I saw how aggressive that the girls were acting like boys, and the boys like that type of stuff.
Yes.
And when I
Yes.
tell you, it was really bad, cerebral. So I totally relate with you on that because I went through the same thing. Like I had no business at that school. I really didn't. It was horrible. And I'm grown up, really, really gorgeous. And like all the dudes are like in my DM. They want to holler at me. They want to be with me. All the girls are ugly as I don't know what. They look like they're smoked out and hot Cheetoed out, like and grape sodaed out. Everybody just looks terrible, and it's horrible. But yeah, girl. So it was really bad for me. So I definitely relate. And they definitely do attack girls who are more girly and more feminine because they want to teach you to be like a little bulldog, like you know, or they want to,
Yes.
you know what I mean? Like, see if they can make you into a little bulldog, and pretty much you have to disguise yourself as a little bulldog in order to survive. I would go home and look in the mirror and practice on how to sound more ghetto like them, so that I could fit in more. I
Oh
literally
my
would.
God. There was one time where I did act mean, but I'm not mean. I only did it so I
Mhm.
wouldn't be bothered, and it worked. But I only did it for about a
Mhm.
week. But I went through a lot in my childhood of my treatment.
Mhm.
I'm gonna be honest. I was treated terrible by black girls and black
Mhm.
guys. As I've gotten older, my relationship has changed with black women. But when I
Mhm.
was younger, I mean, it was my environment. Not all. I met different types of black girls, so I realized that we're not all the same. But when you're in
Yeah.
Blackistan, you know, I was targeted. I was lied on. The cops was called on the school bus for something I didn't do because they were
Mm.
lying on me, and I had to go home in a police car over
Oh
someone
my
taking
God.
my perfume and throwing it out the window. And then she got
Oh.
everybody on the bus to say that I did it, and I didn't do it. And it wasn't that
Oh my
serious, but the
gosh.
bus driver called the police about something that little, and they all said I did it because she was the ringleader, and I had to go home that way. I've had my hair
Wow.
yanked. I've sat at the front of the bus. I did see the rough girls. They used to wear those oversized white tees. That was real popular, like a cheap way to dress. Like the guys used to wear white tees. I used to see the girls slap boxing and stuff. I couldn't believe this.
Yes, like,
Um,
are you serious? You know what's so crazy is like when you're nice and pretty at the same time. it makes the girls hate you even more. Like they want to strangle you because you're nice and you're pretty. You're feminine and you're pretty, and it just makes them want to choke you even more. And that's why you went through what you went through. I had to ask a friend recently, and she told me, she said, "Girl, the reason why you go through what you go through is because you're very, very feminine, and it's a damn shame that black women hate feminine black women." It is a shame, but that is the truth. Like a lot of girls don't like me. They don't want me around their men. And their men honestly wouldn't even get to smell it. I would give their men the
Oh
time
my.
of day. Like seriously, like disgusting. But like those girls, like they don't want me around their men just simply because I'm feminine. It's crazy. So girl, it was because you're feminine and pretty at the same time. They couldn't stand you even more.
Girl, well, back then, I didn't, my self-esteem wasn't the way it is now. I mean, I never thought I was ugly, but, I got picked on because I was shorter and I was fatter. And, I'm going to share a few more stories, but, um, I'm happy the femininity movement has started. I mean, there were always some feminine women, but I'm not going to lie and say I didn't see the roughnecks and that. It's just so weird to me when I see men talk about how they hate it, but yet when I was younger, that was pretty normal and accepted, and no one was complaining about it. And it seemed to be black. You had to act all rough and stuff. I hated it.
Yes.
And,
The girls got the most fights.
Were
popular.
I remember some girl wanted to fight me. The kids came to my door. They knocked on the door and said such and such is waiting for you. I had a crazy stepfather and he told me go out there. He looked me in the face and he said go out there and you go whoop her ass. And I was nervous. I'm not no street fighter. Now I will fight if I have to, but back then I was scared. I'm not gonna lie. So I went out there and there was a group of them waiting for me, and we didn't end up fighting, but there was another girl. Let's just talk. Let me share these stories. There was one girl who, her boyfriend yanked my head and I hit him. And he said, if I don't whoop your ass, I'm going to get a girl to whoop your ass. So his girl was really popular. She was really, really popular. She dressed way too grown. And she kept following me around, coming to my neighborhood. So I thought this girl was my friend and I was joking with her. I said, if you see such and such, tell her I'm gonna whoop her A. And I didn't think she was really gonna do it. Next thing I know, two boys are knocking on my door and says such and such is waiting for you at the tree. So I went out there and there was her and a group of people, and she said, "Oh, you touch my man," and I said, "I didn't touch your man, not in that way. I mean, we're in middle school. What? I'm not doing stuff like that." And she said, "I thought I told you to leave him alone." I said, "Look, he yanked my head, okay?" And next thing I know, you know how you put those keys on the keychain? That long keychain, the string. Next thing I know, she took them keys and she swung and hit me on my temple with them.
Oh
I had a scar behind that. As soon as them keys hit my eye, I mean, oh my God, we couldn't fight, but we thought we was fighting. I was swinging, she was swinging, the group of people were around, and someone had to hold me back, and I said, "Bring your ass back, come back here." I was hyped up. So the next day, I went to school, and there were a group of girls whispering, looking at me, and they said, "Look, we heard such and such. She said she whooped your ass, and that you were black and blue." I said, "Well, does it look like I have black and blue bruises all over my face? Because I didn't." Um, there was one thing I remember. I actually almost cried over it. There was this guy. I had a crush on him. This was in high school. I had a crush on him, and I wrote him a letter on a note, a piece of paper, and he slid the note back and said, "I like you too." And it was this girl that sat in front of him, and she took my note. I went to the bathroom and my papers were messed up, and she took my note, and I said something to her, and she just gave me this look. Now I knew they were friends, but they weren't dating. And this was in gym class. So when we had to go in the locker room, I came in, she gave me the dirtiest look. She looked at me from my feet to my head and rolled her eyes, something serious. And I remember I went upstairs and no one was out for gym, and it was a guy I thought I was cool with. I really thought he was my friend, and he said, "What's wrong?" And I said, "Well, such and such looked at me like this and she's being nasty." And I feel like whooping her ass. I feel like fighting her. And he said, "Don't worry about her." How about I go to one of my classes the next day? I swear to God, people have been trying to beat me up forever. Um,
Wow.
she it was she met me at my classroom with a group of people. Everybody in the hallway was surrounding us. And
Oh my
she
God.
said, "Oh, you said you was gonna whoop my ass. I want to see you do it." And my first thought was, how the hell I thought you was my friend, and you went and told this girl what I said to you.
Girl,
And
you
like I
can't trust
said,
them.
I wasn't a fighter then. I was ladylike. I still am, but so, we
Mhm.
didn't fight, but she was ready to fight me in the hallway. Everybody was surrounding us. Then she went around the whole school making up rumors about me. Girls I didn't even know was giving me nasty looks, talking about me. I could hear them. I remember
That's
it
crazy.
was so bad that when I went to change in the lot in PE and health and PE,
Mhm.
she was there. I had to change in the bathroom stall because they was all against me, the girls.
Wow.
It
Oh
was
my
that bad.
God.
It was that bad. And
That is
I
crazy.
felt so embarrassed and upset because they were friends of hers. So all her friends, because she was popular, they didn't know me, but they all was against me because of her. And
Mm.
later when that squashed, I started to get some strength. When I would visit my family in New York, I would come back a little bit more with some strength. And
Mhm.
next year, one of those girls, she said something really nasty about me when I was changing in the bathroom stall. And she was in my class the next year. And I don't that's one thing about me, I never forget. I don't forget. Even if I don't know your name, I don't forget your face. If you
Right.
I don't forget anybody who's ever fucked me over. And
Mhm.
I remembered her face, and she was in my class, and I didn't say nothing to her. And she started, as usual, she started talking about me. And I went to the mall with a friend, and I saw her, and she gave me a look like she expected me to talk to her because we were in the same class. And then
Mhm.
it hit me. Oh, this is that bitch that said this about me. And I said, I'm not saying nothing to her. And
Right.
I didn't say nothing to her. So when I got back to class, she was mad. She was mad that I did not acknowledge her presence, and she kept talking about me. So I finally went up to her when the teacher wasn't looking, and I told her off a little bit, like, just don't mess with me. And she
Exactly.
kept doing it. And when I would arrive in class early, I never do things like this, but I had enough of her. I had some
Mhm.
chocolate chip cookies. I knew where she sat. I smeared that chocolate on her seat, and I said, "Lord Jesus, please let her wear white. I beg of you. Let her wear white." And she came in wearing white. Unfortunately, she saw the chocolate stain and wiped it off the seat.
Dang.
But I said, I'm gonna get her ass. Don't mess with me. I have my point, my breaking point. I had enough of her. And that's probably the most thing I ever did to try to get somebody who was messing with me. But now that I'm older, I mean, I don't hold back on how I feel. I know how to
Like
approach
I wish a
someone.
bitch would.
Yeah, I don't I know how to talk without cursing you out, but if I have a problem with
Yeah.
somebody, I tell you to your face. I'm not phony with it. I don't
Mhm.
have to curse you out. But if you curse at me, I give people the energy they give me. And
Thank
if
you.
I have
Exactly.
to fight you, if you hit me, I'm gonna hit your ass back, and
Oh
we gonna
yeah.
fight. But you know,
Oh yeah.
I
Oh
or
yeah.
but a lot of times I don't even bother. If you cross me or do me wrong, I don't have nothing to say to you. I don't have
Girl.
I won't keep that energy around me. You ain't even that. My relationship is not that strong or important as to where I have to hound you or this and that. I just leave you alone. You're not gonna be a
The
part.
best response to an idiot is no response.
Thank you. So I don't even respond. But if anybody tries to bring it, and I'm learning to cool my temper off because I had a little
Girl,
temper.
you be cracking me up.
I tried, it's just I used to always hold things in when I was younger. And that I really
Mhm.
regretted that I didn't say certain things to people who deserved it.
Yeah.
And you get a little temper, and I calm that down. I try not to get too hyped up, but I can hold my own without having to curse people out and tell you off in a classy way. But when I was younger, I was scared to fight. I was shy. I was quiet. Now it's completely different. When you get older, I'm not putting up with it. No.
Exactly. And that's exactly how you have to be, girl, because I promise you, like girls like you and me, being so feminine and pretty, we attract that type of stuff and people think that they can bully us. I don't know what it is, but it's just something about us. And I think it's the softness that people are attracted to bullying. And it's like I went through the same thing as you. I'm a Gemini. You sound like a Gemini, but I don't know what you are. What is your
A
sign?
Libra, I'm an air sign too.
Okay. Okay. See, and we're very, and what's so crazy is we come off as little cute chihuahuas, but
We
you
got
don't think that you're messing with a chihuahua, but you walking up on a tiger.
yes, yes.
I had to learn the hard way too with being just feminine. And I don't like to fight any of that, but I can fight. But I just don't like to fight. I I'm not confrontational because I know I will say something that will really hurt
Oh,
somebody.
thank
Because
you,
I don't want to hurt you. I want to hurt you. You so
girl.
quick to fight, but you
Woo!
don't understand. I don't want to hurt you.
Thank
I
you.
really don't.
You just
Mhm.
took the words out of my mouth because I know, like, once I tell you off, you gonna get told off, and I'm not gonna hold back with you if you deserve it. And I have held back because I knew I could hurt someone. I know what I can
Yeah.
do. They say Libras, we have
Uh-huh.
the other side, we're the debutantes, and our other side is called the general. Libras are no. Oh,
Huh.
hold on. Thank you for the donation, Miss Sincere. She says it's spiritual. It's something in them that don't want black women to progress. It happened to me also. Yes, it was little
Mhm.
demons. And when we talked about the
Mhm.
girls, I was attacked by boys too.
Mhm. Yeah, and then those same boys, I'm pretty sure, especially that you went to high school with, end up in your DM on Facebook and stuff like that. It's like, boy, you're not even my type. And they see how beautiful we are and all this other stuff. But it's like you said, it's demons inside of those women that want to attack us. Like it's something about us where bitches just want to take us out. And I'm sorry to curse, but that's the truth. Like they just want to take us out. But you know what? I know how to work with my femininity. I know how to pretty much use it to my advantage and then put it away to have to check somebody if I have to. Because like I said, I attract bullies because they think that because I'm so soft, they think I'm something that they can dominate. They think that we're something that they can dominate. Like, but when they run up on it, they find out real quick you done messed with the wrong one. And I'm non-confrontational, but if you keep pushing me, I'm gonna have to confront you. Even this so-called gender war. This is not a gender war. This is simply a clapback. That's all it is. It's just a clapback. And us doing what we need to do to survive, which is pretty much open up our options. We ain't out here trying to fight nobody. We're out here living our best life, being feminine, being cute little damsels in distress. Girl, one time my tire went out on my car and a police officer got behind me. I was in a Land Rover, a big old Land Rover. He got behind me in his cop car and he had me put my car in neutral and he pushed me with his car all the way down the street to a gas station. Honey, I
Oh
love my
my
feminine.
God.
I can't lie. I can't make it up. I got some stories for you, girl. That's for another day. But
Woo! Let me tell
I'm gonna let you.
you. I'm enjoying this conversation. You don't mind staying on the
Yes.
line, do you?
Oh no, I really
Okay.
don't, girl. As a matter of fact, one time there was a big storm in Missouri, and they said, because I live in Kansas City, Missouri, they said if you leave your house, we won't come and get you. That's how bad the snowstorm was. At the time, I worked for a corporate company, and it was just a hot mess. Like, I was so afraid of them. I was scared of missing work, so I went in. But I parked my car at the top of the parking lot so that when it did start to snow, I would be able to get out. So, long story short, the snow started coming. They said, everybody go home. The snow's coming. By the time I made it out to the street, and it was a lot of snow on the ground, I made it out of the parking lot, and I made it to another street where there was a stoplight, but we couldn't get past the stoplight. We were all backed up because there was a car with a black female in the front where her car was stuck in the snow. So there were two guys who I knew personally, two big buck black dudes over 6 foot, who just came from the same building that I came from, and they would not get out to help this woman. It was pretty much a bunch of women and those two in their cars. So I said, you know what? They're not going to help. So I'm about to save myself. I turned my car to kind of get over to the oncoming traffic lane so that I could pull out, and I got stuck. I got out of the car, girl, and I kind of like dug my tires out of the snow, and I got back in my car, and I left. Those two black dudes stayed in the car secure and safe. So, like women. So when I came up on the highway and went down on the ramp to get on the highway, every single car that went on that ramp was stuck. All I saw was nothing but white men digging the women out and pushing our cars out of that stuck place so that we could get on the highway and go. The white men were digging us out, and they were pushing our cars, and they were like, "Miss, when you put your car in drive, don't stop, don't stop." I was stuck for like 15 minutes. Those white dudes saved me, and they got
Wow.
me out of that. And it was just a bunch of white dudes who were stuck, but they were only saving the women and making sure that we made it to safety and making sure that our cars made it fully onto the highway. I can't make this story up. I'll never
I
forget
can't
it.
believe that. My goodness. My goodness.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having flashbacks. I've moved on from the past. I just don't forget things. Like I
Mm-hmm.
said, look, I'm like 5'8.5". So I was shorter,
Mm-hmm.
I was much fatter, but I was still cute. Never had a problem. I
Mm-hmm.
always never had a problem with guys liking me, even though
Yeah, well,
I
boy.
wasn't skinny. But I do remember it was this guy. I did not like him, and it was a dance coming up, the school dance, and he wanted to take me to the dance, and I didn't agree, and he went around telling everyone we were going to the dance together that I said yes, and I didn't. And it was a girl. She had a really good shape, but she had the face of a creature. And I was walking down the hall. I had never talked to her in my life. And once he went around saying he was taking me to the dance, she threw a hamburger at me and said,
What?
she said, eat that up. I'm
What?
telling you, I have stories. And I ignored her. Honestly, I didn't cry about it. I actually didn't care, but I didn't forget it. Like, you're that cruel that you would throw a
Wow.
hamburger at me, you know, over,
Come on, like,
you know,
really?
because you hear he's taking me to the dance, which we did not go to the dance. And when every job I've had as an adult, I have had problems with women, not just black women,
Mm.
white women, Hispanic women. Every job, and this has been the same thing my mother has gone through. Um, One of my last jobs, I was on a team. I was bullied by the team. It got really, really bad. I cried in the car once. I confronted the women, but I couldn't physically fight them because I would lose my job. I had another job where the woman was a lesbian and she wanted me. I helped train her, and
Oh my God.
she tried to go against me because I told her basically I'm not. She realized that I was a nice person and then tried to be my friend, but she had done me wrong. She had talked to me sideways and nasty, and I told her basically, no, I'm not giving you my number. Like, we only work together. Basically, we're not gonna be
Right.
anything beyond that. And she couldn't take it. She snapped, and she tried to get me fired for months. Even my manager was evil. Um, My
Oh
mother
my
came to my
gosh.
job and, she was staring my mother down. Um,
Wow.
it's a whole
These
lot,
people are really, really crazy.
you know.
Like, really crazy. That doesn't make any sense. Like, you know what, though? The workplace is swarming with just, I mean, the most demonic women ever. I got stories for days, but honestly, if I even go back to that place, I will get pissed. And like, there's still one that I let her get away with stuff because we were at work, and this is where I work. So it's like I'm not gonna really check you the way that I want to because I can end up losing my job over you, long face. But when I think about her to this day, if I see her, I'm gonna check her ass hard. Like if I see her on the streets, because I don't work there anymore. But like at work, that's when they really attack. Like women are a hot mess at work, and they all sleep with the same dude because it'd be like majority women and only like a few guys at most of these jobs anyway.
Yes. And it was a mess. It was a mess. One of my jobs, one of the girls, she had a boyfriend she was living with, but she was sleeping with a guy on the job who had a pregnant girlfriend. And um I didn't know all this. I thought he was cute, but when I found out he was talking to her, I kind of didn't look at him anymore. And she was talking so much junk about me, but he gave me the look. He was interested, and I could have thrown that in her face. Then another girl, a woman, she kept trying to make me jealous. She looked raggedy, and some guy she was sleeping with on the job, she had him come up to hand her what, like $5 or $20 or something, and to make me jealous. I'm like, that's nothing to me.
Oh my
And
god.
then when I went to the vending machine, he gave me the look like, "What's up?" And I wanted to go up so bad and say, "You doing all this shit?" And I could have just took your man easily, you know. So, it's just craziness. The things you want, people, I don't think a lot of men, I notice they'll say, well, we don't go through this on the jobs. Like the women don't bother them.
Uh-huh.
I don't think men, they don't know what women be doing to other women. The
Know
torture,
what
the
women do to
literally
other women.
torture,
Oh
you
my
know?
gosh, torture,
And then the
demonic.
older women was jumping in with the younger women trying to go after me, you
Oh
know?
my
And
gosh.
these women were old enough to be my mom or grandma, and you teaming up with some
I
20
believe you.
something year old to try to get me fired because oh, she don't like me.
Honey, I totally believe you. I believe everything you say. And that's why the atmosphere is job. It just don't make any sense. Everybody jealous of that one girl and everybody. Because it all it all goes back to jealousy. I don't care what anybody says. Like jealousy to me, like if money is the root of all, if the love of money is the root of all evil, then I would have to say jealousy is the second root of all evil. Like girls will swarm you like a bee at those jobs and do all that type of stuff. It's crazy. And like I said, they love women who don't like confrontation. But like I said, I don't like confrontation. But if you back me into a corner, I'm going to do what I have to do.
I was going to do a whole live about this because what I went through on the job, somebody was so upset that I went to HR. Like, I don't have time for these games. I cannot physically fight you because I'll lose my job. So I will go to the
Yeah.
higher ups and report you because
Yes.
you are not going to harass me and bully me on a job. I told these women things to their face. I said, look, I'm not 12. I told them this. I'm not 12.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not some little girl you think you're gonna bully or I have to take your
Yes.
abuse. What one of the older black women implied was that because I'm black, oh, this is how we do. You have to put up with it because oh, this is how we do. Like I don't have time for this game. I don't care that you're black women. You don't mess with me. And she was mad like, oh, they got kids. I said if they were so concerned
I don't
about
care.
I said if they're so concerned about their kids and their job, they would stop bothering me. Because I already went to HR twice. You know I will report you, so back up off me. You know?
Exactly. And that's the feminine way to do it. See, you know what's so crazy? The girl who I was talking about, I was going to go on HR too, and they had a problem with that. Don't deal with these people. You did the right thing. Go to HR. Get people's jobs taken away from them. If a girl wants to fight you, go to the police and say, this woman is threatening me. I would just like to, document this and document the fact that she threatened me or blah, 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 blah. And if y'all get into a fight, whoop her ass and then get to the police before she does to make a report. And there's nothing worse than making a female miss her job, miss work, because she has to go to a courtroom. Handle it like a lady. Go to HR, and then forget the supervisors, because the supervisors are immature and they play games and they play the back and the forth too. Go to HR, and if it's something outside of work, go to the police and make report. And if they're bothering you or they put their hands on you, beat her ass and get to the police first. That's how you deal with these things as an adult. And hopefully it doesn't get to that point of physical, but it doesn't even have to get to the point of physical. If she's making threats towards you, make a report so that when you file a lawsuit, you get to garnish her wages and get $300 bi-weekly every time she gets paid.
Oh my goodness. Yes. You ever heard of that supermarket called Piggly Wiggly?
Yeah.
I told one of them, look, we can meet at Piggly Wiggly across the street because I'm not playing with you. That's how serious it got. But
take it there, Thomas. They will take it there. Hood rats will make you do the unthinkable.
Oh my! It was one. This girl was hood, and she thought I was scared of her. I'm not, honey. I've lived in the hood, so I'm not scared of you. Excuse me. So
Right.
she was trying to intimidate me, literally giving me the eye like a security guard for her friend. Like she was gonna do something. She was so mean to a nice girl before. I couldn't believe how she cursed at her, literally. And
oh my God.
she did something. So I went up to her desk and I said, "Who are you talking to?" And she jumped up and started screaming, "She getting fired! She getting fired!" Because she thought that honey, I am not impressed. I'm not intimidated with your hood rat demeanor, girl. Do you know me? Because I'm not scared. Maybe back when I was in middle school, but I'm grown. I'm totally different now. And honey, no, I have been in a fight with a grown man, my ex stepdaddy. So, honey, no. And so she couldn't take it, and we went through HR, at least 5 different meetings with HR, lies being told about me. And I defended myself. The HR lady was very professional and she was very impressed with me. She knew that girl was a hood rat. She told me that without saying it straight out. And eventually they just broke up our team and I went to a new team and I was so traumatized because I was so happy at first because I said, "Oh my God, I'm making friends with other black women, and I'm not used to being able to make friends sometimes with some of them." And I was happy, and then it turned into a disaster. And after that, after the team broke up, I said, "I'm not talking to no one. I'm just doing my work and going home. I don't want to be bothered." And that's how I was. I sat at my cubicle. No one welcomed me to the team, so I mean, I might have said hello and that's it. And it was a girl. She dressed pretty nice, but she was considered the popular one of that group. And I went through abuse again because she had a problem that I didn't talk to her and she said, "I'm jealous of her." She was going around saying, "I'm jealous of her." And I was not. And I remember someone on my team, this guy, he said, "Oh, she's met her match now." And I don't have time for it. I can't remember what I said to her, but honey, no. And two of her little minions, I always dress nice, and they said, "Oh, such and such, where did you get that necklace from?" And before I could answer it, her friend said, "Oh, she got it from Rose's," which is a discount store, but it's a nice discount store. But I didn't get it from Rose's, and I had caught an attitude, and then one of them came to my desk passing out papers, and I kind of got smart with her, but not, I didn't curse at her, and then she apologized. But you don't understand me. Once you fuck with me in that way, and I haven't done anything to you, it's over. We can't be friends. Don't fuck with me. I don't trust you. You are mean to me. You dissed me in front of people. You embarrassed me. You were nasty. It's like there's no coming back. I can forgive it. I'll be cordial. I'll say but we will never fuck with each other. That's just how I am. I don't get. I don't know. Maybe I hold grudges. I just don't get over. I don't get over mistreatment.
No, that's not even a I'm the same way. Like, as soon as you do something to me, I just don't fuck with you no more. And what's so crazy is that makes them even more mad. That makes them even more heated. Like, she walked in and didn't even acknowledge me. Girl, you better be happy that I'm not acknowledging you, because if I did, it would probably be 10 times worse. I am the exact same as you. Like, if you cross me, I'm not effing with you ever again in life. You just gotta understand that you are done. I will even, you can even come back and apologize to me and I'll forgive you, but baby, you're still done. I'm still not your friend anymore. I will never fool with you again. You're done. You're done.
Especially if I'm sincere and was truly trying to be cool with you. I never hurt you, and you cross me like that. You show me the devil in you. I stay away to protect my energy, to protect my sanity. I don't like being played with where I'm up and down with a person. You keep one day we're cool, next thing I know, no, just no. You can go on. I don't have to have you around me. You know, you don't insult me like that. And I've had stuff like that happen. I remember one woman, find out she had messed with women, but they were obsessed about my sexuality if I wanted one of them. And I told someone, you should be lucky if I were to mess with you in that way, because you wouldn't even be my type if I did roll that way. And not only that, but why are you so worried about me and who I'm sleeping with? Like, do you want me? Is that what it is? You want me. So
what is it with these unattractive women that try to turn straight girls out? Like, you are unattractive. You would be the last woman that I would ever even if I did get down, like, girl, you're not cute. Stop it.
I think one thing I've learned, there are people who think that if you are gay, they think gay people sleep with anybody.
That's true.
They think they sleep with anybody as if they don't have standards of who they would sleep with. You know?
That's true too.
And I couldn't believe this. And I was very hurt behind it. And I went through that on one of my previous jobs. I can get into it, but I couldn't say certain things on the job, but I wanted to tell her, look, honey, you would be lucky to lay with me if I did roll that way, because you ain't cute. You got a nice body, but your face is busted. Like, stop it.
Seriously.
And you know, I don't want you. And I did something to make her mad. That same guy, I thought he was cute, and I think I told this story before. She was making my life hell on the job, and she thought I wanted her, which I didn't. And I wanted the man she was screwing, actually. But once I was cool with her, I backed off at the thought of it. So he was walking down the cubicles, and I gave him that look. Next thing I know, he called her over. His old bitch ass went and told her what I did, and threw a little fit, because I wanted to say, yeah, bitch, you think I want you? How about I want your ass now? I'll take your fucking man.
Right.
But I wouldn't do that anyway, because but and she was upset. I was sending her a message, and what she doesn't know is that a few weeks later, when I was walking down the cubicles, she wasn't around. He gave me the look, like I could have it if I wanted it. And it's so weird, when he did that, I didn't want his ass no more anyway, but I definitely didn't want him after that. But I felt kind of good, like, huh,
Right.
and that was just my way of this woman gave me hell. I mean, constant HR meetings. I told her things to her face in front of our manager, and then when she acted innocent, when we would come out the meeting, she would give me the most evil looks, like, yeah, I played innocent, yeah, B. And it was a mess. This is one of the most evil women I ever met, and I did that to get her ass back, and it worked. It got her so pissed, and then he did that, and I didn't want his behind. He was no good. He had a pregnant girlfriend, and you sleeping with her at the job, and it was just a mess.
Isn't that how it is, though?
Yes.
It's always the men that you don't want that the women are trying to fight you over.
And then he was trying to talk to. She was kind of a pretty white girl. She had a shape, what you would a black woman shape. And then I found out, he's effing her, and then he tried to holler at the white girl on the job, you know. So she was fighting over him,
Wow.
going crazy over him, and he's trying to screw different women throughout the job. So
That's what they do. That's what they do. I'm totally not surprised. It's crazy, and these girls be tripping off of these dudes. I had a girl even threaten my life before over that, and
what?
she was supposed to have been a friend. She threatened my life. I did not want this dude at all, and I was like, girl, I was just thinking to myself, I should really go back and take him because I know I can just because you accuse me of it and you're threatening my life.
She literally threatened to take your life over a man?
Girl, she said she was going to shoot me in the face.
Oh my God. With today, you have to be careful because there are people doing this.
Yes,
So.
and also to all the beautiful women out there, please be understand that there are women out there who will throw acid at your face to get rid of the beauty of it. I truly believe this. Like, I watch documentaries on it, and I remember one time I actually stopped talking to this girl. Like, we were really, really cool, but I found out she was lying on me behind my back. Like, I'm skinny, but I have I'm slim fit. So, this girl knows my butt isn't fake, but she was going around telling people that my butt was fake. Like, she was making up lies about me. But me and her were friends. So pretty much she was trying to kill my image behind my back out of jealousy. And I remember one time she will always call me pretty, and I know you're not supposed to lie to someone to make them feel better. Like, you're not supposed to lie, but I felt bad because, like, I'm like, well, I want to call her pretty too, even though she's not. So she was like, "Girl, you were so pretty," and I was like, "You're very beautiful too." And she said, "Huh?" She said, "Leah, your face is very feminine. I have a face like my dad." And she was like, "You know, you got to be careful who you hang around." She was like, "Because there's some people out there who will throw acid on your face and try to kill your beautiful face."
Oh no, she's trying to send you a hint.
Girl, I got away from her. I got
Woo!
away from her. I found out about. Yeah, she was. So, ladies, be careful about that because people will be so jealous that they will try to ruin your beauty. Like, the first thing that a girl does when she's jealous of you, she gets into a fight with you, she's going for your face. She wants to beat your face in because she hates the fact that it's so pretty. She wants to. I know I sound really, really vain, but I'm saying what everybody else is thinking anyway. It just is what it is. Be careful. People want to ruin your beauty. Yeah, girl. You go ahead and get you another slice of pizza, girl. It ain't gonna hurt you. She's trying to set you up. Girl, what you going to the gym about? You already in shape. I don't know why you doing that.
Let me tell you.
Women are crazy.
At the job I was at, one of the girls who was beefing with me, her friend, she wasn't her friend. When she would wear ugly outfits, she would go over the top with complimenting her. Even though I found out she thought her outfits were ugly. And people will do that if they think your outfits look terrible. Oh, girl, you look good. I love that.
Oh my God.
I mean, I'm not. Some people do that. You know, you just have to be careful.
I believe you. Or they won't tell. They won't let the girl know that she got lipstick on her teeth, or that they see a period stain on the back of her pants, or that her hair is jacked up. They do that crap on purpose. It's to kill the competition, ladies.
Yeah, when I've seen stuff like that, like a person having a booger or something, I'll pull them to the side and say, "Look, go wipe your nose." You know, I've done that before to help them. I don't want to turn this negative. We're just sharing our stories, but I hope you've been looking at these fabulous black women up here. These are beautiful, soft, feminine black women, really representing. I want you to check their pages out. And I'm going to end this live, but ladies, we say everything we're saying to give you advice, share. Sometimes it's good to just talk and share your experiences. I mean, I don't want to change this whole life, but I had to get, these are just things that you don't forget them. They hurt your soul, especially if you're a caring, nice person, But you later realize a lot of these women was just jealous. That's why they did that shit to me. So it's okay, And God sees all. That's one thing I know. God knows the mean things you do to people. And people, when you hurt people, I notice the evildoers forget, but the person it happened to, we never forget.
Right.
And it's always good to have good character. It's a good thing when you can apologize to someone. Like maybe you did do something wrong, but if you can go back, I don't care how long it's been. If you could find that person and tell them sorry, do you know how much that would mean to that person? If you realize you did or said something hurtful, you can go back. Maybe you find them on Facebook or something and say, "Look, when we was in such and such school, I remember I said, I'm so sorry. Can you please forgive me?" You have no idea how much that can do to a person to fix things
Exactly.
that you had this courage. It takes one thing I've learned, it takes a lot of strength for some people to admit when they're wrong and to apologize. Some people can't do it. Some people
Right.
can't. And I'm one of those people. I'll tell you sorry. If I messed up, I don't have not one problem telling somebody, look, I'm sorry. I realize it's rare that this happened, but if I have, I'm like, maybe that was wrong to say, I'm sorry. I hope I didn't offend you, or, I didn't mean anything bad by it or something. And, so don't be too prideful as to where you can't say sorry and talk to someone. You have no idea how big communication can be.
Right. Yeah. So true.
And I've always tried not to talk bad about people. And I catch myself, like, if it could be any random person, maybe I don't like her outfit or something. But, when I was younger, if it happened to me twice. In my mind, I criticized something and it happened to me. And I said, oh my God. And I'm like, oh no, 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 no. And that kind of, I was never a bully because I knew what it was like to be bullied. So I never bullied anybody or anything like that. But I try not to be too critical or making fun of something because it happens. Someone just said in here, karma will get you. And it does happen because it happened to me twice before. So,
Right.
you know,
Karma truly does exist. It really does, good and bad. Whatever you put out in the world, whether it be good or bad, it comes back to you. So definitely put good out there. And I really did enjoy this live. Thank you so much for having me, Cerebral. Like I said,
thank you.
I'm a big fan.
Thank you so much. All right. Bye.
All right. You have a blessed evening.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Oh my God, we were on the phone for an hour. I didn't know. See, when you're talking good, having a good conversation, time just flies. So let me look at some of these comments in the chat that I can see from earlier. Let's see. Katina, you're growing your eyebrows back? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I think maybe putting oil on them can help too. Okay. Kay Highwind, if you can get your mother to maybe live with you, do that. Um, let's see. Let me scroll through. Processed food. Jennifer, you said you've learned to bake squash and zucchini and sweet potato. Yes, if I have a sweet potato, I have it with butter and a little bit of some brown sugar on it. I like butternut squash. That's pretty good. I eat that with my pot roast. Let's see what else. Wakita, welcome. You said I only eat red meat when I go out, and that's once or twice a week. I just had some steak today. Kai Highwin, I mainly eat chicken or fish. All right, let's see. Carolyn Gervin is amazing, says Wakita. Let's see. All right. Yes, MMK, I'm tired of wearing the face mask as well. But a lot of people are getting vaccinated now, but I don't trust that vaccination. I don't. I've heard too many side effects. Someone was saying that it's affecting women's menstrual cycles. Supposedly it's giving them heavier linings and periods. I'm like, no, I can't deal with that. No, I already no. Mm-mm. I don't trust the vaccine. Okay, so this is Shade of Pink. I love polka dots. I love floral prints. She looks fabulous. Check her out. Then there is the Bee Stinger. I love this. We are homemakers. We are soft. We are loving. Can we have our different side where I can be the general, as y'all have seen, of course, but overall, we're loving, we're feminine. Hello?
Hello.
Hello, this is Cerebral.
Cerebral, help me.
What's wrong?
I need help.
What's wrong?
Okay, so I figured I'd call in. My husband's in the other room watching wrestling pay-per-view. So I figured I'd call in because it's like the blind leading the blind over here, girl. I need help. So I am a geeky girl. I'm kind of half nerd, half dork. And my husband and I have been doing like the weight loss thing since the quarantine happened. And we planned a trip in next year, so we're kind of, we want to be able to, we're both overweight and we're both trying to get healthy so we can enjoy the money we spend on the trip. I've never given fashion or anything any kind of thought, so these pictures are beautiful, but they're also discouraging because I don't even know how to do any of this. Like the glamour thing, and part of it's their influencers, right? So everything has to be perfect.
Look.
I never want to be a day in my life. I wore makeup like high school graduation, which was how many years ago. I'm in therapy, all right? I'm doing the inner work, right? But, like, when we first met, we're both nerds. When we first met, we talked 3 hours about Star Trek. So that's what you're dealing with here. Neither one of us, we were slobs. But we're both, like, heavily, we're going to, y'all talking about Aruba and Venice, and we're going to Disney World. So
that's just as fun.
Trying to get into, yeah, but I also want to be like that Aruba chick in the picture with the bikini and everything. And he doesn't have as much weight to lose as I do. I'm doing weight loss surgery. Okay. I'm getting approved. I expect approval soon. And so I'm working with my therapist to turn my thoughts away from food to other things. So I'm thinking more about self-care and makeup and, I do what all Black women are supposed to do. I don't walk up the house ashy or thinking or the hair is, I want to be a glamazon. I don't
Listen, anyone can do it. It's one step at a time. Listen, okay, like one thing you can do, you can go in the mirror. The simple basic steps, at least to me, skincare, your teeth, your eyebrows. I hate them big old thick eyebrows or eyebrows shaved. I mean, if you shaved them off, you're fine, but I don't like that. Or super thin. Medium. All you have to do, I get my razors from the beauty supply or on beauty supply stores online. It's the handheld razors. You get 3 of them for about $2. Take your time. They have stencils now you can buy, but take your time. Get the middle. If you have any facial hair, like a mustache or facial hair, shave it. Okay. Do your eyebrows, arch your eyebrows, take your time, watch YouTube videos. Your teeth, floss, brush your teeth. If you need to get your teeth whitened, buy the whiten strips or those at-home remedies on YouTube with baking soda and lemon and stuff. Put in homemade DIY teeth whitening. There are hundreds of videos like that. Get your teeth together. Get your eyebrows together. Okay. The next thing is...
I was getting my eyebrows and my nails done, but I can't have my nails done when I go in for surgery.
Okay.
So I'm going to pick that back up after I have the surgery. And I was in the chat, I'm getting micro-locks across an arm and a leg, but I've been natural for a long time.
Well, if you get the locks, I think locks can be nice, but I don't like a permanent style. But maintain it, have it neat. I hate them raggedy dreadlocks. Get them neatly done.
Yeah, I am. I have to go get them retwisted like once a month for a year, and then I can go every 2 months.
And if you
that
want,
was like my first step. I said, I never put on makeup. I don't want to go out looking crazy.
Listen, there are plenty of natural looks you can do with makeup where it's not over the top. A little bit of color. try out different lipsticks. You can go to Walmart, Wet and Wild. Um, you have MAC, or you can try out with cheaper brands. Finding your foundation, get a primer. Um, if you don't wear lashes, you can just put some mascara on, waterproof mascara. You don't even have to do that. You can work with some eyeliner on top of your lid. Watch the YouTube videos. You can type in black women makeup, or you can put brown skin and makeup. And as far as your dressing, for inspiration, you can go to these ladies' pages, or you can put in stylish Eve in Google outfits. Any outfit you want. Put fall women's outfit ideas, summer, winter, summer outfit ideas in the search engine, and a bunch of stuff will come up. You can look at celebrities you like, and then just you can replicate those outfits. If you're on a budget, you can go on Poshmark or eBay. If she's wearing a red shirt, you can put in a red shirt in that size, a blue jean, or you can switch up what she's wearing. Maybe she's wearing a floral jacket with a solid shirt, but maybe you might say, okay, I like these colors. I'll wear a floral skirt that color, and my shirt will be the color of the jacket. It can show you what colors go together. Um, just take your time with it. Um, Jewelry, I don't wear a bunch of rings on one finger. Um, you know, I don't do super huge hoops. Medium to large, but not super huge. Studs always look nice. Find what colors work together. Look at these women, and you can always type in on Instagram or on Google outfit ideas. If there's a color you like, I want to wear purple. Women's purple outfit ideas. Type that in, and a bunch of stuff will come up to give you some ideas.
Okay.
But yeah, I have this woman up here, pretty Brimu. She is plus size.
Yes, it's beautiful.
She's wearing the salmon type of peachy color in her white. Here she is again, enjoying herself in this beautiful, beautiful pool, or jacuzzi type of thing. And then you have her, repping with her red dress on. I definitely believe in not overdoing things where everything looks tacky, but keeping it simple but nice.
Right.
I'm a firm believer you have to have jewelry and accessories, and you have to, I'm sorry, to look together. You can wear almost anything, but if your hair and your makeup isn't on point, it's going to destroy everything. So master doing your makeup.
I do have jewelry. I love earrings and things like that. It's time for me to learn to put things together. And like I said, I never look sloppy. And I like bright colors and everything, but I was very much like a t-shirt and jeans girl. And he was like a t-shirt and shirts guy, and we're both trying to transition into something a little bit more sophisticated.
Yeah, and surprise him.
Just, like he tries on stuff and he's like, "Oh, you like this?" I'm like, "Yeah, but what do I know?"
Look,
and then I try on things. He's like, "You look great." So
look,
that's great, but what about the in? But I'm in very much my in between phase, and because I know I'm going to have the surgery, and that'll change my relationship with food, which I'm already starting to do that now. I have to put my energy somewhere else.
Well,
and I like it to be self care, but I look at these women and they're gorgeous, and it's so not me. Like I'm very excited about Star Wars and stuff like that.
Well, if you want to change it, you can, or you can some days wear the jeans, and some days. My thing is, don't tell your husband when you're doing this. Surprise him. Don't let him see it coming. Let him come home and have the shock of his life, and pay attention to his reaction. Pay attention to his response. Okay, see how his face look, how he's acting, because that will tell you. Okay, now he already liked you the way you were before, but a man likes to be surprised. Okay, and y'all go out, you fix yourself up. My email is in the description box, so if you need any help, you can reach out to me. And as far as with the hair thing, you said you're doing the locks. If you want to, in the process,
they're tiny ones.
you could hey, you know I'm not against wigs, so you can put on a wig, okay, while you're doing that, or whatever you want to do. But yes, start off. It doesn't take long. When I started, I never wore lashes. I have kind of natural catty eyes, but it does still look good. And I learned how to do lashes in 2 days watching YouTube videos. So
Okay.
it's very easy. You know, I was shocked how easy it is. But anything you want to know as far as beauty and how to do stuff is right here on YouTube. All these tutorials. Some women I wouldn't follow because some of them be looking crazy. Um, but some of these women I'm showing again, I definitely would check them out. Also, when you're plus size, even if you're skinny, but especially being plus size, if you want to wear certain dresses, don't be afraid to buy a girdle because that helps. Wear a
Yes,
girdle.
yes. I with her, I heard about shapers and stuff. I'm very pear shaped, like extremely. Like my bottom are 2 size 6 in my top. So I have hips and a booty and thighs.
Girl, you got the shape many people
So
want.
I don't really see that shape that often. They're mostly hourglass, plus size anyway.
But that's still sort of
I mean,
hourglass to me, you know, being heavier at the
yeah.
bottom. And
I mean, you see extreme, like 4 or 5, their tips are 4, but usually had help in that department. But yeah. So I
so
was like, I was looking at these pictures and it was great and sad at the same time. I was like, I don't even know how to tap into that. So I thought I would call in because us nerdy girls out there, we want to be glamour girls too. I just didn't know.
well, look,
Especially with makeup and hair and all that. That's not. I never
any
ever.
any woman can do it. If these men can do it, these transsexuals who are doing this, there is no excuse for us as
Yeah,
women.
that's true.
Okay? We can do this. And you start off slow. Again, don't tell your husband what you're doing, you know. Um, look at outfits for inspiration and copy those outfits, you know, just find it. It doesn't matter if we're plus size, we can find something similar in our size and put it together. A jewelry is extremely important. Again, find out what color lipsticks look good on you. You can buy a bunch of lipsticks out. One trick I learned, sometimes put on a brown, maybe a light brown, or just find what kind of brown. Put that as your liner, and almost every color will look good on you. Um, but
Okay.
yes, um, find out your foundation. If foundation helps. Blush, rosy cheeks. It livens up your face, gives you a more youthful look. Those eyebrows, I can't stress that enough. You know, get them eyebrows together.
Yeah.
Put some highlighter under your eyebrow. Um, play with color. Experiment. Have some fun, and get your look together, what you like, and it will be fun. Being a girly girl is fun, and
Okay.
you will see the difference. I'm telling you, you're gonna feel amazing. And your husband, I'm sure when he
Okay.
comes home, he is gonna be like, "Oh my God." So, so
Thank
tell
you.
me, what is self-love to you?
For me, I had to start at a place of honesty. I had to be very honest with myself about where I was and what I wanted, and that kind of put me on the path. You know, dealing with trauma and um, finding my voice. What I listened to was another big one. I recently unsubscribed from almost all the different divestment channels. I think I kept you. There's a new channel called The Honest Truth, and then there's
I
another channel
love the
called
honest truth, and I will be talking
He
about
is
him
amazing.
in the near future. I will be talking about him. He is.
But I unsubscribed from all of it, even the Pink Pill. Even though I loved her, I had to kind of like December of last year. I kind of backed up. I kind of divested from divestment because it became more about what black men aren't doing, and it wasn't enough strategy for black women like me who needed it. Especially because I'm trying to tap more into my womanhood and less into the blackness part of it. And
Okay.
so I kept I think I kept you, and I think the last person, I think I got rid of Black Women's Here Today. I don't want to drop names, but I unsubscribed from all of them, I think. And I found another one called Bad something Goddess or something. She was talking about sovereignty and the whole Godfrey thing. And I loved that. And so I had to divest from all of that because it started to become very negative to me. And I was like, nobody is talking about what strategy for Black women. They're between the femininity, yes, but nobody's talking about, okay, this is how you do this, you know. Okay. Everybody talks about what to do, but not how to do it. And I appreciate that you take different points of view and that you're different.
Well, thank you so
from
much.
Other channels in that respect.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I do watch some of their videos. I mean, I think even if I don't always agree with some points, I find something in them that I like. And but I get what you're saying. Sometimes the negative.
Like with the. Sorry.
No, go ahead. No, it's just the negativity became.
With the Godfrey thing, it was like you're putting another one on again. That man had a 30-year career, and he still ended up in a one-bedroom apartment roasting women. And y'all put another Black man who dates Black women on again by giving him attention. He might as well be Kevin Samuels part 2. Like, we did it again. We put this man on when he should have been ignored.
I'm not gonna lie.
Like, why do we keep doing this? Why do we keep doing this?
I do have a video addressing his bullcrap, but I don't think that man's career is gonna get any better. I don't.
No, I don't either. Especially now that he attacks white men, and everybody knows that's blatantly your issue. You forget about it because they own Hollywood, honey. You can forget it. And then alienated the one group of women who was actually helping you keep your one-bedroom apartment. It's over. But it was infuriating. I'm like, okay, because I'm in an interracial relationship, and I get dirty looks from Black men. Make jokes, but I get dirty looks from Black women a lot, especially when we go out and we're walking.
I just find that to be incredible. I wouldn't even care if the mammies do it. I'm like, honey, you're probably not even married, and you're mad. I have someone that loves me.
Side eye, and I will kiss them on the cheek like, mwah, I wish you had one, didn't you, boo? Sorry, but.
I don't pay attention to any of those haters. When I was younger, it probably would bother me, but now it's like I've realized the lack of marriage, the disrespect, and these women complaining, honey, stop being jealous because I have it. Well, I'm not in a relationship right now, but if I were and he's not Black, you are triggered. You probably are, want a man yourself. And, sometimes misery wants company. And I refuse. I don't have to be lonely to be a race soldier for anybody. It's getting serious. We're not playing no more. A lot of Black women, like I'm showing up here, and you in the chat, we are beautiful women. We deserve happiness, a number of us, and you don't have to just stay within one group to find happiness. So,
no, and I think finding that balance between our femininity and our innate needs, our innate independence, is what really gives us a unique edge in this world. Black women have a point of view that other groups of women don't have. And I think instead of turning away from that, we should transmute it into something very powerful. Because what other group of men in our society need to now know how to navigate this new world we're living in? It's pretty much white men and non-brown men, They've held the gamut for so long, and now it's like a social minefield. They got to be careful about what they say. They got to, careful about what they do. Who they hire. Who's better to navigate that with wisdom, and who knows better to navigate those spaces than Black women? We have to think 30 steps ahead for our survival in the workplace and social things. And many men don't know how to do that. Outside of Black men can't do it. They play the victim because they don't know how to transmute that. And Latino men use bravado. But Asian men and white men are clueless because they live in their own little bubble. And I think instead of fighting independence, we should use that. And we can use that inner femininity to guide them in this new role. And that's the best part. I love that.
You
having
know,
2 a.m. conversations about, strategy. And he was like, well, why? They really don't get it. It's their access to privilege is so innate. And I don't know if there's anybody in a
but you know
relationship,
what?
interracial relationship. It's being so close to white supremacy the first time is like mind boggling. You don't even, it's just, they snap a finger and stuff gets done. I've never
Well,
seen
look,
anything like it in my life.
I will be doing a whole live on white supremacy. I hope I don't make anybody mad. I'm not going to say what it's going to be about, but it's I'll be questioning something. But what I will say is that it's good we're doing these videos because they didn't know black women like us exist. They didn't know. And now they're finding out,
Yes.
So.
And I think our point of view is crucial. So yes, femininity is good, but don't let go of that innate independence that we learned from our mothers, and it comes in handy. Not in the same way where I got to do what I got to do, that kind of way, but you can use that along with your femininity to get things done, and you can use your wisdom in those spaces that these groups of men don't know how to do that. They don't know how to navigate. They'll say the wrong thing, and then they'll be on, out of work on leave. And if you happen to be with one of them, you're like, oh, maybe I wouldn't, that duality, they don't know how to do that. And that's innate in us. And it can be very beneficial. I just want to put that out
Yes.
there.
So you are going to work on the outer beauty, and you're already beautiful, but you know what I'm talking about. But tell us about your inner beauty. What do you do to work on your character and your personality? And tell us some things that you do for self-care.
For me, therapy has been very helpful. I recently found out that how I lived was really traumatic. And my therapist brought that up. I was like, traumatic? That wasn't trauma. I know trauma. I watched Oprah. Okay, I know what trauma is. And she said, no, that was trauma. And here's why. And it like devastated me because I love my mother. I love my parents. But I was groomed a certain way to not have a voice to just acquiesce and do what I was told. And, I was groomed a certain way. And when I grew up and decided I had a voice, I met a lot of pushback. And they're passed away now, but I still find myself acquiescing and, not using my voice. And using therapy really helped me unpack all of that and rest in it and deal with it. But I lost a lot of friends just because I demand honesty in my space now. I had to look at myself and my role in things because my life is my responsibility.
Yes.
And that really helped me. It's nobody's. Yes, I want to protect her and provide her and all this stuff, but at the end of the day, I'm still responsible for my life. I'm still the voice. I'm still use it in a healthy way.
Did you lose any friends because you're getting this surgery? I've heard of things like that happening. Like, is anybody upset or anything?
I had two very different friends. My circle's always been short because I was a homebody, and I like I said, I like certain things that other people didn't like. I like to read and knit, and I like science fiction and all that stuff. And most black girls around me were not into that at all. I could count on one hand a number of hip hop songs. Like I was that person. I listened to rock music and all that stuff. Very over here on the outside of things. And so I had one girlfriend who was, we met through my mother's church, and she was very hood, Love her. I love her to death. She was very hood, very manipulative, the typical narcissistic mother who kind of created her own little world where she could move people around like chess pieces. And once my mother died, I think they thought I was like her, like nice, and I am, but I don't show my cards. I play my cards close. Like just because I'm polite doesn't mean that I'm a pushover. And so when people think they have you and then they don't have you, then you should see who they really are. And she thought she could manipulate me, and I told her very firmly, no, that's not going to happen. She basically asked me for money, and I said no, and stopped asking me. So she hit this high number, and it's kind of like she was negotiating with me. I said, no, I'm not giving you a dime because you won't pay me back. Took you 6 months to pay me back the gas money. No, and stop asking me. And so she blocked me on everything, and I was devastated. Yeah. And then I think like 6 months later, I guess she thought I quote learned my lesson, and right around my birthday, she sent me a text. I said, I don't even know how to talk to you right now. Don't message me. I told you no. You thought you could manipulate me. And she said, your mother was a great person. She was like a second mother to me. I said, I don't want that love.
I'm one of those
people.
I'm one of those people where
I don't want that love.
I'm one of those people where if I'm your friend, I'll lend you. If you really need help, I'll help you. But my thing is, don't tell me you're going to pay me back. If you're not going to pay me back, tell me, look, I don't have it. I don't think I'll have it, but I need your help. Okay, but don't tell me, oh, I'm paying you back, and months go by. Like, no, that happened to me one time. Like, why? I even had a relative, oh, I need to borrow this. Okay, I still ain't get paid back. I hate stuff like that. Like, at least just have the respect to at least say, look, I just don't have it. Okay, that's all you had to say.
And listen, I have very little family left. If you have a mother, a father, a sister, uncle, cousin, that you can't ask any of them money for, that's a huge red flag to me. That means you burned all those people and you know they are an option.
Actually, hold on now.
Okay.
I have relatives I can't ask for anything. I ain't even gonna get into it. I can't.
It's different than when they, it's different when they don't have it versus you borrowed and lied and not paid them back so much where they won't give it to you. Those are two different things.
Yeah. Sometimes you have family
that. I listen to what people say.
Sometimes they won't give you anything. Sometimes it's like that, but so you sound really.
I pick up on people. I don't listen to what people say. I listen to what they do, and if I see a certain pattern of behavior, I set the right expectations. So when you come at me and say, "Oh, I want money," and I'm looking at how you acted before with money, I ask myself two questions. Number one, can I afford to give this and not get it back?
And are they trying to use me? You have to be careful with that too.
Yes. Are they trying to use you? Yes. And when I said no, it was like tantrum time, and then she thought she could come back. And I was like, even if I wanted to be your friend, I don't even know how to be your friend knowing you asked where you at. Just in that alone, we're two different people, and we can't be friends anymore. You're toxic, and I'm blocking you. Like, good day, ma'am. I'm not having that. No, just because I said no, goodbye. And that was that. And then my other friend was the polar opposite. She was living in an extended stay, but on Instagram she was like glamorous type, and I knew the truth. She was horrible with money. And number one, that was my fault because I, something happened. I got money from it, and I thought they were my friends, and they were there for me. And they were there for the whole story. And when they found out that cash dropped, it was like hands were out. None of them helped me in any way with any of it. But when it was time to celebrate, and then she called me up, was like, I'm going to be homeless because she was in Georgia, and they changed the law where you could stay an extended stay past a certain time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to be homeless. So I gave her the money, and I haven't heard from her since. It's been almost a year. And she's taken pictures of her new apartment. Guess who helped pay for that? Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
I learned my lesson all the way around. Yeah.
I have a giving heart, but don't, like I said to one caller, and she was agreeing, don't cross me. I had a relative who the worst mistake, and today is Father's Day. My dad handed me some money in front of someone who was very money hungry. And as soon as he did that, I said to myself, oh God, why did you do this in front of her?
Yeah.
So once she knew I had the money, I was expecting it to start. And she lied and said, oh, I need $700 for my taxes. And that money was for something specific to help me from my father. And I knew what she was doing. And I said, I can't. And then she lied and called a relative up saying, I asked for this money for such and such. It was for something totally different. And she told me no. And I said, first of all, you said, no, not for the taxes. you said you wanted my money for a window at your business. And I said, no, I didn't have. I'm not giving you my money that was meant to help me for some for some window. And then she lied and said the money was for my taxes. I'm like, you told me it was for a window.
Wow.
You said it was for a window. So she tried to make me sound like the evilest person. And she said, she told me no. Yeah, and I'm saying it to your face. And I said, first of all, you told me it was for a window, not for taxes. Not only, I wanted to say more, like, first of all, the only reason you asked me for the money is because you saw him hand it to me in front of you. Okay, she had a history of using people for money. And then one of my other relatives tried to lie and get money from, it's a whole story behind it. But I was basically they were trying to use me to take my money. And they saw that that was not going to happen, and they were very upset about it. And it's a lot I could say, but I've never.
Yeah, you see a whole other side of people when you say no.
So the thing is, I have a very loving and giving spirit, but I don't want nobody trying to take advantage. And I know that if it was on the opposite foot, there's no way you would give me money. Like, I know certain people where I know for a fact you're not going to help me if I needed your help.
Right.
So.
Right. So I'm in basically a period of transition, but I always say, listen, you remove yourself, you're just making room for other people. Yeah. But I'm in transition right now. I was like, oh, you know.
And you know what?
I used to see those memes like, don't make your moves in silence. You know, that's like, if I can't trust my closest friends, who can I trust? But you never know. People smile in your face all the time, and never underestimate somebody's survival. They will be willing to manipulate you, lie, throw you under the bus to get their needs met.
Yes, yes. So just be careful. And I want to thank you. You're the last caller of the night. I am taking my 2 to 2.5 week break after this video tonight. So don't question, where is Cerebral? I'm telling y'all, I'm taking my little.
I hope you're going to a beach somewhere.
No, I have some things to catch up with. That I haven't been I'm busy, and it can be a lot trying to do stuff and do these videos. So I am taking my little break, but I will be back bringing that heat, and I thank you.
Well, thank you for all that you do. I appreciate your channel, and I love what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Are you going to get like some kind of panel going?
Here's the thing, people. I signed up with Zoom, and then I didn't know, in order to do these lives with people on the screen, I'm going to have to get a membership, pay for a membership. And then with StreamYard, and the thing is, the way it's set up, I don't, sometimes I don't want multiple callers on one show. I like the call-ins. And then the way I have my pictures and videos I'm able to put up with, I don't think with some of these programs, if I did an interview, which I want to do, I don't think I can put pictures up along with the interviews and media. And plus, I have to figure out how to work some of these programs too, the setup. So I don't know, but it's not something I haven't thought about. I'm supposed to be interviewing 2 people, and I think I might be doing Zoom with that or a phone interview. I'm not sure, but I really like this now, and sometimes I have some problems sometimes with this, but StreamYard and Zoom is not off the table. I'm not against it, and even if I do the people coming in on screen, I could do that every now and again. Maybe not with every live I do, but sometimes. So I have to research how to work these programs and stuff, but I'm not against it, and I do plan on upping my game with my my videos some. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Enjoy your time off.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, everybody. So I showed you these fabulous Black women, and I hope you were writing down their names on your piece of paper and going to their Instagrams. I also have an amazing Facebook page for Black women. It's in the description box. I have to say, I get people coming every single day. It's weekly. I post every week. It's amazing. Seriously. It really is amazing. I have to say, like, I'm not saying that just because it's my Facebook page. It really is good. And I managed to get like close to 900 women off, like not even on YouTube, but on Facebook to follow and like the page. And there more of you are in the going in the description box and going coming over to Facebook and checking it out and liking it. And don't be shy to leave comments under the pictures. It's like my little blog, and it's amazing. Something that many Black women love, uplifting, eh, keeping you in the know. It's really good, from all walks of life, all ages, all ethnicities, and I really love it. So I thank you all. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Get these likes up for this video right now. As a matter of fact, I'm going to play my commercial, and while this commercial is playing, I want y'all to I want you to get those likes up because it does affect the algorithm. I've had many people subscribe new to the channel because of the algorithm. So enjoy this little commercial and get those likes up while we take this break. You pull out that cash, I tell you what I wanted. I took a chance, ain't pay a dime for it. When roll of the dice, you were by my side. I'm just a lucky girl, feeling like I found the golden ticket. Walk through the park, worth $1 million. I want everything, but I don't need diamonds for you to be in my world. You're quite enough for me. Love's like gifts under the tree. Every day it just gets better, better. And it's a guarantee. 'Cause I'm rich with ya, yeah. I want for life with ya, yeah. Play the numbers and one for three. I'm in love. I thought the odds were against me. In the love lottery, I hit the jackpot. I'm done. Cash my check. You're the one. I thought the odds were against me. In the love scratch it off. Got the winning digits. My mama said that I shouldn't play with it, but this is my life. And odds like this don't come around twice. Your love is like the best hand ever. Play it right, we're cashing in forever. You're all I need. Took a chance on your boy. Now you always gon' see that you are. You're quite enough for me. Love's like gifts under the tree. Every day it just gets better, better. And it's a guarantee. God say here, 'cause I'm rich with ya, yeah. I want for life with ya, yeah. Play the numbers and one for three. I'm in love. I thought the odds were against me. In the love lottery, I hit the jackpot. I'm done. Cash my check. You're the one. I thought the odds were against me. In the love lottery, my cards are on the table. I'm showing you my all. Love's always a gamble, but I'm not afraid to fall. And I'd rather risk it than end up all alone. I'd bet it on you, baby. I won't let you go. Ooh, feels like I won the lottery. Okay. And you know what I decided to do is, okay, make sure you like, share, and subscribe again. But I also want to show those women one more time because they mean a lot. And I want to just do that. Okay. Again, we have Laura BXO. She is an artist, a painter. She is an amazing artist. Okay. And she is Caribbean, lives in the Caribbean. She is incredible. She's beautiful. She's talented. Check her out. Then there is Shaliza Alexandra. She's Alexandra. She's amazing. She's friends with Creme de la Creme, Melanie Matroska. She travels. She jet sets. She's amazing. Check her out. I really love that hat, that color blue, that dress. I love a cream white outfit. Okay. She is incredible. She's really representing. Then there is Mazzoni. Oh my God. Again, her entire page is dedicated to Black femininity. You know, just being a woman. We're women first. Feminine women, but especially to show Black women who are feminine. And again, she has affirmations and quotes and beautiful pictures. One of them says, Black women are soft too. And we are. And I'm happy she's representing that and showing that. And she's representing for darker skinned women who have been stereotyped as being rough. We know those stereotypes. I'm happy she's showing something different and she's representing for all Black women of all ages. I highly, 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 highly recommend you check out her Instagram page. It's so beautiful. The pictures are beautiful. She's so girly, so dainty. Okay. Then there is Jalitha Kabid. I know I'm probably butchering some of these names, but okay, Jalitha. I know I got that right. Okay. Khabib. She's gorgeous. I love this outfit with the hat. Oh my God. When I saw that picture, I said, oh my God, I would totally wear that. She looks beautiful, beautiful. I love that red dress too. She is very feminine. Okay, there's more pictures. I love that beautiful blue. I love that white dress. Okay, love it. I love lace. I love lace. Looks beautiful, a beautiful color. Then there is Avergo World, but I knew her as Shanika Adams, but she has different names on social media, but she is a leader in the femininity movement before it even became a movement. She is beautiful, she travels, she's very, very feminine and teaches femininity also on her Instagram page. So, you know, I love her. Go ahead. And the next person is Yvonne Victoria. Look at that white outfit. Oh my God. She killed it. That white outfit is gorgeous. Also, she's working with the nude color. She's put together, you see that natural, beautiful makeup. You can still tell she has on makeup, but it's nothing extreme. Okay, she works it. Works it. Gorgeous. Check her out. Okay. Kethely. She is South African. She's friends with one my series. She my what was my fashion series? I have a fashion series. I haven't forgotten about it. The first woman I showed is South African, a very well-known socialite, and they're best friends. So she works with the big fashion brands. Okay, check out her page. She is a fashion lifestyle influencer, and she is fabulous. Then there is Creme de la Femme, used to be known as Melanie Matroska. Okay, she is a big part of the luxury movement for Black women. You will see her on various Instagram pages dedicated to that. She has beautiful inspirational quotes. She travels the globe. Okay, she is extremely feminine and classy. Her inner beauty is just as important to her as her outer beauty. Okay, then there is Tonight One. She is gorgeous. I love hats too as well, Tania. I love a beautiful hat. I love polka dots. And I like that she didn't wear the typical black and white polka dot look, which I love as well, but a red and white polka dot look. She travels, fine dines, everything like that. She's gorgeous. Katina says these pictures make me want to go shopping. Yes. And I will have, even though I am taking a break, there is a video I have to get done. And it does revolve around fashion. So, anyone who's watching, I am taking a break, but there will be a pop up of one video. Okay, I should have said that earlier. It must be done, but other than that, I'm on my break. Okay. But yeah, she looks beautiful. Okay. Who doesn't love to go to a nice restaurant with beautiful flowers on the ceiling, or wearing a pretty red dress? Red is a beautiful color. Also, there is Jenny Max. She is stunning in all the pictures I saw, and when we talk about hair, see, she has her natural hair and hair that isn't natural. Either way, she looks fabulous. You don't have to do one thing, you can switch it up. Okay, we're fabulous. I love it. I love her makeup. I love these outfits. I love white, a nice white dress. She looks gorgeous. She is a style influencer. And here she is again, rocking. Of course, you can't go wrong with a red lip. Okay, white with a red lip. She has her natural hairstyle, and in the next picture she has her natural look going on with those beautiful heels and that beautiful dress. She takes beautiful pictures in the background. The backgrounds are beautiful. See, it's about balance. You see, the makeup's done. They got her natural hair going on. She has those sexy heels. Okay, make it work. You know, I love this. New colors against brown skin looks beautiful. I love her hat. I love the dress on the right is beautiful. You know, I hope to see more of these women. That's why I'm showing you. Okay, these are some style influencers doing their thing. The Real Chi, love her. I used her picture in one of my videos before. You know, have a picnic. She's having her picnic, drinking on her probably a mimosa, her hat, her beautiful silk pink dress, enjoying life. Okay. She's representing for the femininity movement. Again, sipping on a nice glass of wine. I also love that she had this really, uh, this pink robe with the chiffon going on, luxuriating. It's really beautiful. I love it. Okay, these women look beautiful. All right. Then we have Blue Mambo. I love the purple outfit. I love her short haircut as well. She kind of reminds me of someone. She's just so beautiful. All these women are lifestyle and fashion influencers and much more. And it's about time that we know. It's about time that we know their names, you know? It's about time we know their names and we share who these women are, you know? So she's fabulous, all of them. And see, short hair or long hair, looking fabulous. Then there is Sophiology Official. I love that red dress. She's dining with the wines. I like the kind of bow look on this white dress. She's having fun. Love that. So she looks great. Lisa Magwebu, I hope I said her name right. I love this white and black dress. It kind of gives me Chanel vibes. Ladies, do not sleep on the 90s look with the tweed type of look, that Chanel look with the tweed, the jackets. It's sophistication. Sophistication. Sophistication can be sexy too. And you can switch up to something a little bit more sexier, depending on where you're at. Remember to know how to dress for certain occasions and certain places. But it looks good. And I like that she wore the tweed, the yellow color. It's really pretty. Okay, I had shown her. She is South African. I love the pearl type of hat thing she has going on top of her head. I love the royal blue, the hat. She knows how to dress. She knows how to work with her body, what to wear. She is amazing. Amazing. And it's no wonder she became the success that she is. So, pretty cool. Then there is Jet Setter Jackie. Gorgeous. And that blue against her skin looks amazing. And the yellow. She's rocking braids. She has the natural looks. And then she added the sunflowers to her hair. And that gives it a little splash of even extra femininity. She is traveling. She went to the Maldives. Look at that water. She's enjoying her life. She's not letting haters and racist people dim her light or, not enjoying the world. Okay, she looks good and she's enjoying life. That's why she calls herself Jet Setter Jackie. And ladies, travel, check her out. Then there is Shades of Pink. Again, the polka dot, the pink, I love it. You should see her closet is so cute. And she is so feminine and girly, and she's really representing for the girly girls. I love it a lot, you know? Brown skin, glistening, looking great. The bee stinger, I love it. Look at her making her lemonade with her beautiful red lipstick and her cute little pink dress. Who said we weren't feminine? Well, I always knew that was a lie, but you're definitely seeing it today. She looks amazing. And it doesn't matter what your size is. You can be feminine. You can enjoy life. You can be girly. Okay? And if you need inspiration, look at some of these women. There's a lot more I didn't even show today. These are just a few, and you'll see more in the future. Okay? Then there is Pretty Bruma. Love it. Love it, love it. Love flowers. Love the pink, the peach color. Okay, she's enjoying her life. Okay, we might not be stick thin, but that doesn't mean that we can't be fabulous. A number of us are pretty. Okay, skinny or not, she's enjoying her life. I would love to get into that water. I mean, look at it. It's beautiful. She's traveling, she's treating herself or going with her man, enjoying her life. Okay, looking gorgeous. Love it. Viva Panamera. VV, I'm going to guess it's VV Panamera. She is curvy. She is looking good. You know, she's representing. I love it. Nothing over the top. Nothing over the top, but looking good. Going out with her friends, going to the spas, going for a nice swim, traveling, looking great. Don't ever think this life can't be for you. And don't ever think that you're undeserving because you are very deserving. We have Dakia Cohen's. Go treat yourself to a restaurant with beautiful scenery. It doesn't have to cost a lot for you to enjoy yourself. Y'all are beautiful. And, going out, you will feel even more beautiful treating yourself or your man treating you, whatever. Enjoy yourself. Sumaya Kenyan. Kenyan. I hope I'm saying that right. Not Kenyan like, the country. Kenyan. Sumaya. I believe she is possibly Somalian. I'm not 100% sure. But, she's rocking that hijab. We know a lot of African women are, you know, they are Muslim, a number of them. And who said because you're Muslim you can't be fabulous? Okay, wear some color. I don't think you would have to only wear black constantly. Put on some colors. It's nice. Her makeup is done. And she's showing on the right when she's not in a hijab. She's still fabulous. Fabulous either way. Then there is Prissy Savvy. She can dress her butt off. A number of her outfits I love. I love monochromatic outfits. I love the nudes, the browns. I love a tweed. I love a blazer. And put on the blazer with some jeans or some dress pants with some heels. I mean, gorgeous. Absolutely stunning. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Then there is Val's Graham. I love how she put the lavender and the purple together. A monochromatic, well, kind of monochromatic, but it's really pretty. And I love her shoes that she wore with it, with the gold heel. I love a fly jacket. I love how she hooked that up with the hat. Let me zoom in actually. I love her hat. She looks great. And then we have Reza Arak. She is gorgeous. Check her out. Check her out. So this is not going to stop. Black women knowing their worth, getting in tune with self-care, femininity, you know, it's nothing that anyone can do to stop that. You're great, you're gorgeous, and let the haters hate. We have a few of them in the chat, but don't worry, I'm handling that. So you are fabulous, and continue to practice self-care, and I will see you next time. Bye, everybody.